Good evening and welcome to Sports Wrap, edition number 155, number 155 for this Thursday, the 11th of May, 2017. And today, of course, Dominica being the scene of this third and deciding test match in the series, Pakistan against the West Indies, and the action being right here for the last couple of days. I am going to just focus on the test match and invite callers who may want to give their opinions about the 2 days play seen thus far and want to make some comments on the performances that they have seen thus far. So we want to welcome you both here and abroad. I expected to see Lockhart Sebastian here and Emmanuel Loblack. I haven't seen them yet, but they did say, as from last week, that even though the match takes place here, that we would be in time for the 6 o'clock date with Sports Wrap. And yours truly, Ozzy Lewis, has made it to the studios in time for a program which I know has reached thousands of people both here and in the diaspora. And so I made a special effort to come out here and try to make it as interactive as possible and solicit your calls, your comments, your criticisms, your commendations, whatever. And we can interact about the ongoing test match or any other sporting matter you may want to ventilate about. There's so much happening in the world of sports, and we want you to take the opportunity to call in. You know the numbers, they're 449-3095, 449-3096, 449-3097. If you have a DG number, it's 616-4257, and overseas, you can call 305-432-9624. That overseas number again is 305-432-9624. You know, we have legions of fans both here and overseas, and I'm sure you want to interact with your host, Ozzy Lewis, here at the microphones on your big station, and you want to offer your comments. As I said, we'll try to focus on the test match taking place because it's right here in Dominica and the whole world attention is on what's going on here in the world of sports. In fact, in the test match world, where I think this is the only test taking place right now. And I know in a few days' time, on the 1st of June, there will be the Champions League trophy being played in England. That's the top 8 teams that have qualified to play in a 50 overs format. It's next to the World Cup in terms of prestige and whatever you get out of the big tournaments. They call the Champions League trophy, but the West Indies have not qualified because they're not in the top 8 ODI teams. And so the West Indies are not in the Champions League trophy, which starts on the 1st of June in England. I think there's some trouble with India.
They have finally
agreed. Joined by Emmanuel Loblack, who has the latest. Has India agreed?
Yes, they have.
Yes, because there's a lot of to and fro and behind the scenes.
But when you big, you see.
When you big, you big. India, as you know, have the purse strings. And they held out way beyond the deadline date, Ruby, and they refused. Well, not refused, but they were given some trouble.
Because of
money. And they wanted a bigger cut or share from the ICC funds.
They would have been losing close to $200 million.
Right.
Plus,
so India was holding out, being the number 1 team in the world as far as test cricket is concerned, and very highly ranked as well in the ODIs.
Right.
In fact, they're the defending champions
right.
in the Champions League. But many of the Indian stalwarts like Tendulkar and Dravid and a few other greats have come out saying India should go on, defend the title and forget this whole dispute and play the Champions League trophy. So I'm glad to hear that in the end, and India has agreed to take part. Remember, it's in England, so these matches should start sometime in the morning,
8
about
o'clock.
maybe 6 o'clock.
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock our
so
time.
You're right.
And it will be very interesting, the top 8 teams. But I want to underscore again, Luby, that the West Indies are not in the top 8
Well,
teams.
I don't think anybody should be surprised. That has been on the card for a very long time. You have not been doing well, Ozzy.
Right. And then having said that, the West Indies may very well have to qualify for the World Cup, which is a much bigger thing in the next couple of years. And the West Indies will not have automatic qualification. They may have to play some sort of tournament to qualify to be in the top 10, because there'll be only 10 teams, the top 8 and 2 associate teams. So West Indies must be in the top 8. I think they're number 9 now in the ODIs. In Test cricket, they're number 8.
But first of all, look in terms of our team itself. See what has happened to us. We won the World Cup.
Yes.
We have been poorly in every version of the
World
game.
Cup, you mean the T20? T20, yes.
The ODI.
Even in that format, we're doing poorly.
I tell that,
Yeah.
we have decelerated, we have declined.
There's no doubt about it.
It's unbelievable where we are now,
Imagine West Indies were the inaugural champions of the Cricket World Cup, the major Cricket World Cup, which was inaugurated in 1975 when Clive Lloyd lifted that trophy at Lord's. And the West Indies were the champions, 75 and 79. And they should have won in 83.
True.
Because they were very close in the fact. I think 180 they couldn't defend against India in the final match.
Well, the team had some serious, based on what you heard after, they had serious problems,
So West Indies could have won the first 3 World Cups.
Obviously.
Yes. But the West Indies, of course, throughout history has been a powerful team. And so now to listen to the fact that the West Indies are not qualified to play the Champions League, the top 8 teams played in England. They're going to start on the 1st of June in England. And that the West Indies are not automatic qualifiers for the Cricket World Cup.
But Ozzy, when you look at
this is something else.
There are a number of things that have caused that. We have had some serious infighting in the board and players over the years. That in terms of the players have been destabilized, the players, and right now with the IPL coming up, you have this franchise here and there, you have Australia, England, and this itself. And we have not been able to have our best team.
Certainly not. We have never had our best team
but the last 3
at
4
any
years.
given time.
Is this for the last 3 4 years?
Indeed. We have never been able to assemble. Although in the last T20 World Cup under Sami, we came close to doing that.
Very, very close.
Because we had people like Gale was playing, Simmons was playing.
You had Bravo
was playing.
You had Russell.
Russell was playing. Pollard was playing. So we came very close to having the best available team. But after that, Sami lost his pick as a captain.
Everything has been fallen apart, Ozzy.
Everything has fallen apart.
I mean, when I look at what we have available right now, seriously, I mean, it is sad.
So the West Indies,
very, very sad.
In the T20, we were the champions, undisputed champions in that 2020 format. And now, even then, we are sort of struggling in that format. Out with the ODIs, which are the 50 over the side, we are completely out of the Champions League trophy series that starts June 1st in England. It's going to be a big tournament.
But
Ozzy, we'll see what happens.
No, but when you look presently, Ozzy, what has happened? That you look, first of all, at the teams. You look at India, you look at South Africa, you look at Australia, England, can go on to New Zealand. There are players who are playing all the free versions of the game right now.
Yes.
T20, ODI, and test matches.
Yes, yes.
The players can play all the three
And
versions
there
of the
doesn't
game.
seem to be any real disarray
But,
or discord with the the board and the players.
I'm telling you.
Things seem to gel quite okay.
So why in the West? I mean, that is just unbelievable. Yes. And as if we are happy. Yeah. We are very, very happy. All right. I mean, look, presently, look at the players we have available. Let us say what we have available right now.
Yes. Not the very best.
Look at their records. At their record itself, Yes. It's something, it's very questionable. Yes. It is a sad story.
Well, that's how it is. Let's hope it will change some time, Lobby.
But I believe, Ozzy, things can only, first of all, Ozzy, we have to have, in terms of, there must be more pressure put on the players. We must demand from our players. We have to demand from them players. Mm-hmm. I mean, we as...
Especially when they're being well paid.
But obviously, Ozzy, man, you have this retainers contract, first of all. You have a retainers contract. My concern in this retainers contract, Ozzy, in terms of monitoring the players.
Who is monitoring the fitness and performance
obviously.
Around the year.
How do you mean?
Because they are employees of the board, and who is already overseen the performance
obviously,
during the year.
But I'm telling you,
and in non-playing times.
So I think we have a lot of reasons, a lot of things that can be done to tighten up. We have to tighten up. Yeah. All right. I don't like to see what's happening, Ozzy. I don't like to see what's happening. Ozzy, look, even our players, they are too loose. The players are just too loose. All right, there's not much pressure on them. Even though I don't perform, I'll get paid out. No, I will be there. Yeah. We have to demand from our players. Yeah. We were once a force to reckon with.
Well, there's no doubt about that.
People look forward when the West Indies come into this country.
Well, a special brand of cricket.
Obviously, no. And you look at first of all, Ozzy, sorry, my concern. Look at our fast bowlers. Do we have fast bowlers anymore? Yeah. Gabriel is the only person who stands out. Yeah. All right. Before you look at our fast bowlers, they stood out. Among the rest of the players with height and size. Mm-hmm. Gabriel is the only person who stands up now. Yeah. The rest of them, that's ourselves. What's happening to us?
We were known for our fast bowlers,
No, not fast. The guys were well built, good physique, and they stood out.
Yeah. You find the cricketers today look a bit diminutive.
What was diminutive, man. That's the Ozzy. No, Ozzy, let's look at it. Look at India, for example. Look at the India in the heyday. Look at the Indians, for example. Known for their spinners. You know that. Look at the Indians presently. Look at their build. Look at the Indians fast. Indian before we knew for spinners. Look at India. They're producing a lot of fast bowlers now.
Yeah. Well, India's produced some good fast bowlers. India's a team that has both fast bowlers and great spinners.
Of course.
Well-rounded team now, both pace and spin. There was a time when India virtually opened with spinners. They only had one or two medium pacers like Solkar, Ramchan, a few other. But of late, India has a formidable pace attack.
Obviously. I think what I would like to see in the region, for example, you see like the field of track and field, we have camps. You have a sprinter, fast bowling, you have long distance. I like to see a bowling, attracting fast bowlers. There's be a center, where we can attract.
As has been said, the pitches they prepare nowadays.
Well, that's terrible.
Are not conducive to fast bowlers really bending the back.
You don't think that there should be right now there should be something right now being done
for fast bowling,
for fast bowling, fast bowlers. Yeah. Look and see what can be done to upgrade our pitches. The board should take
back, to get the pitches,
but see what can be done
where there's pace and bounce to encourage fast bowling once again.
Yeah, seriously, something has to be done.
Really put a premium on discovering some fast bowling talent.
But obviously. I mean, so we just cannot be satisfied what's happening now,
But they had some semblance of some incentive in the last regional tournament where they were giving bonus points for fast bowlers getting wickets. But I didn't do anything
But bonus beside that, Ozzy,
they were still medium pacers pretending to be fast bowlers getting the wickets.
I'd like to see much more.
I wasn't doing much at all.
Much more. Besides the wicket, first of all, the size, I'm looking at in terms of the physique of our piece. Something has to be done. We have to bring it home to the players right now. You've got to do much more. You have to help us much more. Much done from. You have to do much more than that.
Well, that's how it is, Lobby. The time is now 17 minutes after 6. Dr. Sebastian is being expected, but I doubt he'll make it.
Well, there's a heavy traffic jam, as I'm letting you know, man.
Traffic jam.
Yeah, man. I park in Cox Street, I park in and walk down,
Oh, I see.
I walk all the way down,
But I made it from the park to my home. But my son had my vehicle.
Oh.
So he came for me after, went back home, and I still made it.
Yeah, but you're very lucky, man.
I made it at a minute to 6 o'clock.
You're lucky.
Oh, yes,
I know.
yes,
I park in, and I walk down.
You walked?
Yeah, I said I'm not taking any, the YC traffic zone there. I park and I walk.
Yes.
But Ozzy, yes, we're talking about Ozzy also, besides cricket.
So we want to focus on the test match, but we want to look at other things before that.
The Olympic, last week I never had a chance to talk on the Olympic committee in Dominica. This, what's happening presently.
There's going to be elections pretty soon.
Next week, I understood.
Yes.
Next week, Wednesday.
Yes.
And you
by the way, before you go into that, I understand that the Table Tennis Association has some problems, and the president had to stand down.
But also,
the new president, but things have been they reinstated the status. And
Ozzy, just now, what I want to say, Ozzy, it was sad.
Table Tennis Association.
Ozzy, it was sad, first of all, Ozzy, in what was done to Berridge by the president that's Mr. Felix Wilson. What he did to that individual in desperation. Because the guy said, I'm going to vote for you. You went to the international body. All right? An international body,
and they ruled Berridge out.
Oh, this to me, Ozzy.
So now some new person had to be appointed.
I don't know, but
I could a new appointment.
Yeah, but Ozzy, this was
now they are now in good state. They are reinstated them.
No, but this was sad because here you have an individual who was the previous president of the DOC, sent him to Hungary on a table tennis course for almost three months, where the guy came back, all right, and he has been involved in, he started working. He was a player himself. He did a lot for table tennis. He left the country, went to, he came back. He offered his services, all right. He was accepted, and because the guy said, to me, Ozzy, this was done to go and tarnish this individual name. But there's something else coming up. I'm very happy that I'm hearing that Billy Doctrove will be the candidate.
Going up?
Yes, against Philip Wilson.
A contender?
A contender.
Is he a contender?
Yes, a strong one too.
Okay, Billy Doctrove.
Yes, I think that
for the presidency of the Dominica Olympic Committee.
Yes, Ozzy. I think DOC. I think first of all, Ozzy, that I'm happy that Glenetian has stepped down.
Stepped down.
Yes, I'm very happy.
So you only have, apart from the incumbent Felix Wilson, the incumbent, you only have Billy Doctrove now as a contender.
Yes, a contender.
Anybody else?
Nobody else, Ozzy.
All right.
But Ozzy, I want to go and say something much further than that on the contender. Here you have again in terms of, you have Wilson again in terms of trying to tarnish Doctrove, a businessman, Ozzy. This is a man who has served sports over the years, not just cricket, not umpiring, but football, track and field. As a businessman, I know he has helped a number of athletes. So I think the guy is well.
How you mean that this is trying to tarnish him?
But he's not in terms of the thing is about he knows nothing about athletics. That's not the correct person. But the previous president, that was Mr. John Charles, was a businessman. Yeah. You never had all this disarray taking place in the Olympic Committee. All right, who came in there to help sports. Now you have Mr. Doctrove coming in there, a businessman. I don't think he has anything else he needs. A man who has served sports, cricket, umpiring, football.
Does he really have the interest?
Yes. He has the interest. He has it in very long time. And I think coming in there, Ozzy, to stabilize, put some sanity in the Dominic Olympic Committee.
So the election should be very interesting.
Ozzy, I'm hoping that, Ozzy, for the interest of the Olympic movement, enough has been said, enough has been done. I think Wilson has been seriously. I think the time has come for him to go.
All right.
I think I am Ozzy. This individual, to me, as long as there is trouble.
Yeah. But you have nothing personal against.
Nothing personal against the individual, Ozzy. Ozzy,
I think we have a caller. Let's see if a caller can join in the conversation. And caller, welcome to Sports Wrap.
Yeah. Good evening to everybody.
Good evening.
Yeah. Billy Doctrove was to play cricket,
Yeah, I know that, brother.
Yeah, but I didn't hear you say that.
I said, he played for Saints, very long time for Saints.
And scored 100 century too.
I know Billy very well.
Yeah, but you say in this club and that.
Well, he played, cricket, yes.
But I mean, he's more known to have been an umpire.
An umpire, but also played a very stubborn opener for Saints.
Yeah.
I know he played cricket, yes.
And
What-
football.
He played some football as well.
Of course, and he was a referee also.
Oh, yes,
a
he was a football referee.
football
Yes,
yeah, obviously.
Yes.
So this is an individual
And he
who
said he has the interest.
of course, Ozzy.
That's
He has,
important, you know.
Ozzy, this man,
Some
Ozzy,
people have the ability, but not the interest.
Ozzy, what this man has done to help athletes, taking on his own.
Is Collier still there?
No,
No, I think the Collier just
what the
wanted
man
to
has
make a
done,
point
I know
to
believe
qualify.
very, very well, Ozzy. All right? I want to say something that he wants to go there. He was called upon to serve, and I think he has accepted it. And I think I'd be very happy, very, very happy that if the affiliates
So Glen Etten has stepped down.
that
then.
step down. Was because, yes, if the affiliates can rally behind Mr. Doctrove. All right? Because I think
I think it'll bring a breath of fresh air.
definitely
to the organization.
vision, but Ozzy, obviously, that is
how you see.
that is needed right now in the DOC, Ozzy. That's
Don't you
needed.
think Wilson still commands a majority of the association?
No, Ozzy, no,
and
I
the
don't
loyalty to him?
Loyal to him,
No, I'm just asking, you know.
Ozzy loyalty,
That
Ozzy.
he still has that majority
boy.
loyalty
No, man,
from
Ozzy.
the various associations.
Ozzy, listen to me. I love this association, seriously.
They probably
They,
feel
they are very much embarrassed, Ozzy. They've been embarrassed what has been taking place. This thing with Berridge itself,
Yeah.
they felt very, very hurt that this man should not have gone.
Berridge has further dented Wilson's popularity.
Huh?
You think the matter of Berridge has further dented his popularity?
Just now.
We have another caller.
Hello?
Welcome to Sports Wrap.
Good evening, Mr. Lewis,
Sir.
and good evening, Mr.
Hello, Mr. Paul
Lublin.
Joseph.
Is it the man from the east?
the East?
Very well, sir.
Yes.
The wise men came from the east.
So what wisdom you want to share with us here?
Wisdom.
Ignoramuses here
I
in town.
first want to give you flowers because tomorrow's sun may never rise.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Your commentaries today
Yes, sir.
was exceedingly great.
Thank you very much, Mr. Paul Joseph.
Fantastic.
Thank you. These are
And
good
I
words.
think it would appear to me that Mr. Carter
Yes.
has grown some feathers.
Yes, yes. You're
And
quite right.
today
yes.
he was
Yes.
not exceedingly good,
But on the ball.
but he was coming. He is coming there. So I hope by the end of this test match,
Yes.
I will give him his ratings and his backing.
Okay. All right, Paul. All right.
I'll be waiting for that.
Thanks a
I
lot, Paul.
listened to the comments,
thanks a lot.
the fellas who are giving the comments between the
Yes.
overs. They all did a good job.
Yes. All right. Thank
They
you
all
very
do.
much,
Now-
Paul. Yes, yes.
On the matter, on the review.
Yes, yes. Okay.
You are-
Thank you.
Let
Thank
me
you.
tell
Go ahead. Yes.
You will recall that last time when Mr. Lublack spoke on that same topic about Mr. Wilson and Mr. Etienne,
Etienne,
and,
yes.
I came out.
You
Probably not with flying colors,
did. You did.
but I came out.
Yes.
And I threw my support behind Mr. Wilson because, in my opinion, Mr. Etienne was not a good challenger. He had too many bones in his dish, and he would not be able to break them.
Okay, yeah.
Now he has withdrawn,
Yes.
and I listened to the person who is now the present contender.
Yes, man. The next
I have-
contender.
I have no doubt in my mind, knowing the credibility,
Yes.
the respect that this man has demonstrated and shown in each and every area of sports
True.
where he has served and administered. If he comes forward to put some sanity in that organization, I have no hesitation in putting my full support behind Mr. Billy Doctrove. He has done us proud in the international world, and I believe his credibility stands superb, and he will do a fantastic job. But I am going to ask one question. Mr. LeBlanc,
Yes, brother.
do you believe, notwithstanding all that I have said about Mr. Billy Doctrove for his services in the past, is he only coming there to stop the hemorrhaging? Or is he
Much more than
coming
that.
there to ensure,
Much more than that.
Very good point.
if he's only coming to stop the hemorrhaging, best you allow the patient to die and we bury the patient. Right?
Well, Mr. Paul, it's much more than that.
I hope so.
I'm telling you.
You have my full endorsement.
Let me tell him.
In other words,
yes.
Mr. Paul just is asking what really is Mr. Doctor's objective.
Well, I say, first of all,
offering himself.
Ozzy, long before that, we have been trying to.
I'm getting off the line.
Okay, Paul. Thanks for your intervention, man. We appreciate it.
If you could recall, Ozzy, after the London Olympic Games, where you had this reckless, this thing that took place, and we had plans. The whole election was null and void, and Billy was the front runner. All right? So I think Mr. Doctor has interest in sports, the development of sports. And the Olympic movement is so huge.
Well, it is a huge thing.
A huge
organization.
And I think itself, in terms of, I believe Wilson is not doing a disservice itself to the Olympic movement. In terms of his relationship with all its affiliates,
the constituent
because when
associations.
Because when you get there, first of all, the funds are available from Olympic Solidarity. The funds are there.
Maybe we have one or two people call in support of Wilson. You can never tell, So
well, they can. Ozzy, it's a free.
Have the Wilson supporters.
Ozzy, between you and I, there's an individual who is very, very unpopular in this elderly. When I tell you about that, Wilson's are very unpopular in individual. He's very autocratic. There's no autocracy.
I always stress the point, Lobi. Is he competent?
In terms of
and
what?
Does he mean well?
Ozzy.
His style might not please you.
Ozzy, if you
does he achieve? Does he achieve goals? Is he competent?
It's not he. Is the Olympic?
Well, I say he with his team. Does he achieve any goals?
No, Ozzy, because you say about because he's an I man. There's no autocracy at the executive level. Because if you're an executive, you can't take decision. There must be in terms of agreement. All right, there must be agreement.
So you call Wilson autocrat without any hesitation?
No hesitation ever.
Twice?
No, Ozzy, I'm thinking twice, Ozzy. Also, the vice president.
I guess we might have one or two people calling disagreeing with you. I don't know.
The people have to be there to know. But when I talk Ozzy, I know what's happening there. There's a vice president, the vice president, who has suffered the last 4 years.
Who is the vice president?
That was Mr. Cedric Harris.
Cedric Harris, yes.
All right. When you can tell me who is the vice president, you live in you're going to the Olympic Games.
He has suffered. A very, very strong word.
Ozzy, for example, I'll give you an example. You're going and you're going to Brazil, and you're locking the office. Tell me, but it's not your home. It's not yours. There's a vice president. The Olympic movement is something big. That's not.
So according to Paul, it's not just to stop the hemorrhage. All right, I like that. But metaphor.
I like a metaphor. I like it myself. Ozzy. But people understand Ozzy. I believe Ozzy. When you come to serve, there's a team. You are the president, but you have a team. Not you. It's not about you. It's not about you. You have to be accountable. You don't just do what you want. All right. You are there to serve all the sports.
Well. We shall see we'll take a break, but just to repeat, the elections would be when?
Next week Wednesday, understood.
Next week Wednesday, the famous, long-awaited DOC elections. On that note, it's 6:31. We'll take our first break.
The lunch plan, a great Mother's Day is all in the planning. The lunch plan, the spa plans, a plan for a day off from it all for mom. Well, Flo has a plan that will make your Mother's Day even better. Activate a prepaid combo plan from extra small to extra large and get double the data, minutes, and text. And keep your mom connected with the Samsung Galaxy J2 Prime from as low as $479. Dial *129# or use the MyFlow app. The bigger you go, the bigger you save. Let's make a plan for Mother's Day with Flo. Visit discoverflow.co for more.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Desired Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
I am the boss. I am the boss.
The new Dimensions Theater presents I Am the Boss. Boss.
No one will dictate to me what to do in this place.
I Am the Boss is hot. It's captivating. It's intriguing.
I am not the problem. Don't use me as a scapegoat.
All you see that I am the boss posture, it stinks. It is unholy.
I Am the Boss. Written and directed by Steve Harrison and opens at the Arawak House of Culture on May 13th and 14th, 8 p.m. nightly. Get your tickets at the Bullseye Pharmacy for only $25. Pay more at the door. I Am the Boss. Supported by Flow. A must-see.
Sir, can you do that?
I am the boss. I can do anything.
Don't miss it. Be there.
I am the boss, and you are the have-nots.
I'll take a small.
Double XL, that's the size for me. Flow's new prepaid combo plans have the most choice and value for everyone. Save up to 90% by combining your talk, text, and data into one simple plan. And with options starting at just $15.99, it's easy to say it, type it, or share it. A whole lot more for a whole lot less. Dial *129# now to activate. The bigger you go, the bigger you save with Flow's new prepaid combo plans. This is how we flow.
Searching through the murky waters for crystal clear views of an island's history. A history which is as boundless as the limitless blue skies which marks this island geographical location. Crystal Waters Blue Skies is the medium for dramatic expression. Get the vibes right on cue. Monday and Wednesday, 7:45 a.m. just before the hot seat.
Rudolph Thomas Enterprise in Portsmouth, your suppliers of building materials and hardware products. Over 20 years experience in the business. Rudolph Thomas has lumber and plywood, Portland and tile cement, steel rods, galvanized and fenced pipe. And Rudolph Thomas can meet all your wire needs. Galvanized roofing sheets, doors, windows, toilet sets, face basins and bidets. PVC piping, fittings and lattice. Check out Rudolph Thomas for ceramic and vinyl floor and wall tiles, nails, nuts and bolts, paint and painting supplies. And check out their line of electrical and hand tools. And Rudolph Thomas is your one-stop shop for hard-to-find items like fiberglass mat and fiberglass resin and welding rods. Go now to Rudolph Thomas on 1240 Bay Street in Portsmouth.
Yes, welcome back to Sports Wrap. The time is now 6:35 on this Thursday evening. A beautiful Thursday, as compared to yesterday when it was gloomy and overcast and rain. And today was such a different day. Makes me remember the song of What a Difference a Day Makes.
This was God's day today.
Yes.
His day.
Glorious sunshine,
Yes, give
beautiful
glory to
day.
him.
You know, it was just a wonderful day.
You say, lay bon, di bon.
Indeed, it was a lovely day. So, Lobby, we're going to look at football briefly. And what is the fate now of front runners Chelsea?
Oh, well, Ozzy, I think
BPL.
Chelsea has smooth sailing. One more game.
Yes.
I think
So Chelsea looks as though they're going to
yes.
cop the top honors.
Yes, they get two in 3 years,
Last
you know.
three, which is a good record.
Good
yes.
record, you know.
Yes.
And Spurs will be on number two.
What about the Manchesters?
Well, the Manchesters, you know, that I'm telling you about the Manchesters and the Arsenal Arsenal.
Yes.
They're still battling.
Yes.
I think
this team
there was last
club.
weekend Mourinho came under a lot of fire for in terms of he was looking forward to this game which he won, you know, to this game, and this game against Arsenal. He put in the team was not the best that he put forward, and they lost to Arsenal 2-0.
United?
Yes, Man United.
They lost to Arsenal.
Yeah, Arsenal, you know.
Yes.
And Arsenal won in the weekend, Arsenal, you know. So it's very interesting from 3, 4, and 5 and 6. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, but you're saying that Chelsea looks untouchable.
Untouchable.
At the moment?
Yes. Nothing can stop that. Unassailable, I'm telling you.
Yes.
Yes,
well,
and
Chelsea, of course, a great London club, man.
Yes, and the Champions League, you're going to have Real Madrid versus Juventus.
Yes, okay.
The Spain and the Italy.
Right. And when is that?
I cannot read the date of the final. It's going to be very, very interesting.
Juventus and Real Madrid.
Real Madrid. You know, unfortunately, that the great Barcelona. All right, was not there. You know, but
it's Barcelona normally. Yes,
you know, Barcelona.
Yes, so Chelsea definitely looks as though they're going to top honors in the BPL.
Yes, Ozzy.
Yes,
Ozzy. Now in tennis,
that's a good day to Dr. Thompson Fountain, wherever he may be. He may be listening. I don't know. It's a small world when you have technology. So let's just say hello to Thompson.
Oh yes,
Fountain,
Thompson,
who may be listening at this time. Yes, you're making a point, Lobby.
Yes, and tennis also that Bouchard is doing well. Bouchard beat Sharapova and Kerber.
Yes. That's in women's tennis, of
women's
course.
tennis, you know.
Eugene Bouchard.
Bouchard, you know.
Yes, yes.
It was a very
yes.
controversial game when she played Sharapova.
Yes.
Based on the statement, you know, which she made, you know.
Yes.
So
yes,
she beat her in the best of three.
Yes. And also, where were they playing? In Madrid?
I think it's that's not in.
I don't know, because I know the men had to play in Madrid.
The men playing in Madrid, and I think
the ATP Tour.
Yes, and Nadal is playing well.
Yes,
Djokovic is playing well also.
Yes. And we shouldn't be too far away from the French Open.
Oh no!
French will be around the corner.
And I think that Nadal is warming up very well for his favorite surface. You know.
Yes, yes.
He's warming up very well.
I haven't heard. I think they had to play in Madrid some time ago, but I have not been following really, so I don't know what happened. In that,
I left my notes from my notes. I took the wrong folder.
WTA, you know. I know Roger did not play the previous.
I wonder if he'll play in the French Open.
I wonder. That is happy hunting ground.
I know. You know.
He prefers the grass at Wimbledon.
I know that.
Or the hard courts of Flushing Meadows. Flushing Meadows.
Where you prefer? I love Flushing Meadows. I love the name Aussie.
Yeah, you said you love it, but I prefer the great tradition of the Mecca, Wimbledon.
Wimbledon, I love the name.
I'm a traditionalist, man. I love Wimbledon, the whole aura.
I like the aura, I know that.
And you dress in white. They're stickler for
immaculate white,
immaculate white, and then you have the royal box. You give it some lift, man.
No, I love Flushing. I love Flushing Meadow. I love Flushing Meadow.
Flushing Meadow is a good tournament. I like the US Open.
You know what the American have? They have more for the flair.
Yeah.
What they bring to it, you know.
Yeah, less formal.
Formal, yes. You know, a lot
the
of
British still maintain their formality with Wimbledon. Strawberries and cream, man. Strawberries and cream. Oh, tennis is a great game. Oh yes. So yes, Lobby. So what's next around the corner now for athletics? What's next around the corner?
Well, Ozzy, first of all,
athletes in Dominica.
Well, Ozzy, first of all, I did not mention that. Last week we had Fia Lafont.
Oh yes, that
Fia Lafont, who qualified for the World Championship in triple jump taking place in London.
Yes.
During the summertime.
Yes.
All right. I think she had her in terms of in Brazil, she was in the best of form.
Yes.
But I think she surged, last month, and I can tell you about it. I was quite impressed, with her jump, 14 point, plus meters.
Yes,
it was very fun too. It was very, very good,
Yes. How old is she now, Obi?
Just about 20 to 21.
Well, that's very young.
She's very old. She just finished college last year.
Yes.
So I'm very happy that we have to take care for our athletes, Ozzy.
Well, we have to.
Ozzy, that we have to take care for our athletes, because not just talent and going out, because the other countries, that's what they do.
Yeah.
They rally behind the athletes. Yeah. All right? When people are there, they rally behind them. That's what we have to do in Dominica.
Yes.
And this coming weekend also, we have some athletes going to Martinique. Mm-hmm. All right? Which is very good, that the French islands, can invite us. And the athletes, we embrace the opportunity.
This weekend they go to Martinique?
Yes. This weekend to compete. And also we have
what sort of events will we be taking?
Sprints and jumps. Yes, the sprints and all the running events.
Yes.
So it's good. Our athlete of the year, Michelle Davis, will be in action.
Right.
And also that it is good for him, because he's looking forward to get to the World Championship in London.
Yes.
So he has another few minutes coming up. Also he has the in Grenada they have which they call the Winter Games.
Right.
That's a very big game, in Grenada, So I'm hoping that, all can go, because, very serious individual, Ozzy. And I'm hoping also, Ozzy, that one of our setback in Dominica for this young man, Ozzy, is where we train.
Yeah.
All right, because I would like.
So he has what it takes to go ahead, to move ahead.
Ozzy, I mean to say, look, the problem I tell you we have is the use of the Windsor Park. Stadium.
Yeah.
All right.
So we are not lacking in raw talent.
No, it from time memorial.
Yes.
I have looked at talent since I was. From
a
primary
kid.
school as a kid, I've looked at athletes, you know.
Yeah.
There are some fantastic
And
athletes.
see that,
And you could remember you had this fella, Laville, friend, the javelin.
We mean Benoit Laville?
Yeah, Benoit Laville.
Oh, yes, I remember this guy,
you know.
way back when.
Well, I'm telling you.
Fantastic guy. You know.
Yes.
The guy was almost of international standard, you know.
He won the Commonwealth Games. I did the silver.
Years ago.
I know. All
Time
right.
of the silver and so on.
Silver Laville.
Yes,
Even
yes.
we had a weightlifter called the Silver.
Yes, Nigel the Silver.
Yes.
He was a teacher at the grammar school, man. Nigel, of course, from St. Vincent.
Yeah.
He used to train with Otto Harris here.
Otto Harris,
at Chelsea's gym. Do we have a caller? Do we have a caller?
Yes.
Yes, caller.
Hi,
Welcome to Sports Rap.
Hi, Ozzy.
Sir.
According to Dominic, you have Laddie White boy.
Yeah, well, I had to come at 6 o'clock. I left the cricket ground at 20 to 6.
Yeah.
I reached my home at Emsall and left around 10 to 6. And I reached the studios here at 1 minute to 6.
Yeah, because actually they had the camera on you at one time, so that's how I realized you were on. Because,
They had the camera on me.
You know, I really wasn't listening to the radio. I picked it up here.
Yeah,
they had the camera on you at one time. You know.
We're watching on Cricket Info.
Television.
I got it. I get it on
Sky Sports.
Yeah, for the Android box.
Okay, right. Android. Sky Sports.
They had it on you. And
they had the television cameras on me then.
Yeah, and they were talking about how long you have been
doing commentary.
Doing the commentating.
Is that so? I didn't know that.
Yes, they had it on you there. I saw you there, you know, with your headset on and everything. And now what I called
that's news to me, man, Roy.
No, because they were not carrying it on in Dominica.
I know, because once you haven't got a 90% crowd or full, they will never carry it in the place where the cricket match is taking place. Yeah.
Yeah, but they carry it to the rest of the world.
Yes, so they would. Yes, so they put the cameras on me. Well, the guys there know, like Bishop and Dujon, these guys know that I've been doing that for years. You know, they know that well.
But it was the Trinidadian guy who was making the comment at the time.
Fazer.
So actually, it was deliberately put on you because I'd been trying to follow out. Where were you? I went for Kyrie. I went with the Vibes.
I was with Vibes.
Find you.
Yes.
Yeah, because probably at the time when I went over to them, that's the time probably you off.
So it wasn't the guy Fazia Mohammed?
Yeah, the guy.
From Trinidad.
Guy.
Well, we did commentaries together. I can remember the first test match here when India came in 2011.
Right.
First year came, I was on
since yesterday, I've been trying to search to find where you were, but at the time I went to the different radio stations.
Yes.
Maybe you were off.
Yes.
So
Yes.
He put the camera on you, so then I realized you were the Vibes.
Yes. I see.
Right.
Yeah, because Fazia, I know Fazia well, man. Fazia, Bishop, all the guys.
Yeah, they'll talk about you. And now,
yes, go ahead.
What I called you to talk about, I received an email from Dr. Andre.
Dr. Andre.
Dr. Andre, who wrote this story about cricket, the book about
yes. Oh, Justice Dr. Andre, yes. Irvin Andre.
He has now finished one on football.
Yes, he's done a book on football too, yes.
Right, and he sent me an email.
Yes.
And it reads, it spans the history of Dominican football from the early 1900s to the present. There are photographs of Dominican footballers from 1926. There are also features of many players such as Bogey, which is me.
Bogeroy.
Yeah, Eric and George Carrington.
Yes.
Sidney Dyer, Cozy Harris.
Cozy Harris, yes.
McIntyre.
Cuthbert McIntyre. Alan Guy, yes.
Dashin, the Sharp brothers.
Yes.
Reeds,
yes.
the Emmanuels, the Lawrences, etc.
All the great footballers.
The teams saw such as Hotspurs, Corinthians, Eagles, the All Blacks,
Thunderstorm and Notre Dame.
Everton, Comomere, and the old and new Spartans, Saints, Celtics, Cedar United, Los Santos.
Cedar United, yes.
Yeah, that was, remember, after Thunderbirds disappeared, Cedar United.
Broke up,
it was
yes.
for 1 year.
Yes, and Cedar,
that was sponsored by Raffles.
Yes. That's right.
It only lasted 1 year. During when that Cedar United came from, it was us from Newtown, and during the time they had the problem between the Football Association and the players.
Yes.
And they had only two teams, Cedar United and Comomere.
So well, Justice Andre has covered the entire thing, man. The whole gamut of great players of the past.
Says that there's Kensborough and the legendary Harlem. He also
the legendary Harlem.
He also recognized the referees from 1920 to present.
Did he mention Grammar Academites?
No, I don't know. He didn't mention that on anything. He also told me that he will be, according to the email, he will be signing the book in Toronto in late May.
Okay.
Also, he will be in New York doing some signings in June 3rd, and then he's hoping to be in Dominica sometime in August.
Okay.
I'm trying to make some kind of arrangement to come down. I'm not sure if I will be able to.
Yes.
But if I'm able, I will be able to come down because he's sending me a copy of that book, and I expect to get it sometime within the next week or so.
I guess a signed copy of the book itself.
Yeah, he told me put one in the mail for me.
Yes.
But he'll be doing an official signing in Dominica
in August. Oh, I see.
And Boogie, did you play football with RAF?
RAF, yeah, of course, I was the wicket. Of course, I was. Remember when RAF was bowling and pelting? I was the wicket keeper.
He's in Dominica, you know.
RAF is here?
Yes, a guy.
What's his real name?
You almost try to get him on
Let's
the
get
show.
him on the show, man.
He's only, but I asked the guy where he's staying. He doesn't know, but he met him.
What is his real name again?
Oh my God!
RAF. A fast bowler.
Yeah.
Rudolph Frampton.
Rudolph something, you know.
Yeah, yes.
Rudolph Frampton.
Frampton.
Rudolph Frampton. I never forgot that name because when I was wicket keeping for Academy, and at night I had to soak my hands in salt water on a Saturday so I'd be able to keep on a Sunday.
Yes.
He was very fast.
This guy was.
Yes.
I was the wicket keeper when he played for St. Mary's Academy as a little 16-year-old boy.
About that.
And people said he used to pelt, and I can tell you, I don't want to say that over the air that he used to, but I can tell you, I used to have some, although I had inners, and they had these thickest of gloves, you know, these red big gloves. When I go home on a Saturday, I had to go and soak my hand in salt water and then come back to Sunday. And a couple of times, if people can remember that day when he bowled so fast and he almost knocked me down, I fell down on my backside because people had never seen a wicket keeper trying to collect the ball, and instead of he collecting the ball throwing him down like a football. Oh my God! I wish this guy. I tried to. Robo, I said. Robbie, try to see if you can get this guy.
For next week.
I'd really like to say hello to him.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Why not? So, we might see you in August in Dominica again.
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, I'm trying to come down for the signing of that book because he told me he has got a number of
footballers
from me, which he got from Dashin.
Yes.
A number of pictures, and there's a lot of things. He said the only problem is in the book, and he's trying to make the correction, is that he said that Roy Williams represented Dominica in cricket, but I never, as I told him, I never represented Dominica.
Yeah, that's a misrepresentation.
Academy.
Yes.
Against St. Joseph Academy in cricket.
Yeah, but not Dominica.
The island team.
Certainly not. Yes.
No,
so you want that corrected for the record?
Yeah, so she's trying to see if he can get it corrected.
For the record.
He told me there's a little sentence in it when he talked about me, or when he wrote about me, and he said that I represented Dominica. I never did in cricket.
Football.
I couldn't get to trials.
No,
that'll tell you how tough it was.
Very.
Oh, it was very tough in those days.
It was
cricket.
very tough in those days. I couldn't get to trial because remember they had Rice, they had McIntyre,
Oh,
they had
yes.
Ronald Osborne, they
Osborne.
had
Ronald
Keith
Osborne.
Yes.
Yeah, no, they had those.
He used to play for
guys
Blackburn.
right in
Yes,
front of me.
Ronald Osborne from
You know?
Pottersville.
Yes.
Yes.
What
Left
I
winger.
did, I remember when the Barbados team came to Dominica, and they played the island team, and then they played the mixed schools,
Yes.
combined schools of Grammar School Academy. I was on the 5th, I was on the 13th, but Ronald Osborne was the one who kicked. I didn't, but I was on the 13th. That was the combined schools versus a team from St. Mary's Academy. Remember the guy Cecil Sobers, which was Garfield Sobers' brother.
Yes, I remember the guy. Yes.
When,
yes.
Yeah, when they came here and played in the I think it was in the Gardens.
Yes, they played in the Gardens. Yes.
Right. They played against the island team and they played against combined schools.
Yes.
But I was on the 13th, but I didn't play.
Okay.
But he said he'll try to see if he can make some corrections.
Correction. Yes, you want the record straight.
Yeah, he wanted.
Yes.
Yeah, he tried to see if he can do that. But like I said, he's going to be in New York on the 3rd of June. He's going to be in Toronto, and then he's coming to Dominica sometime in August to do the signing and to do exactly what he did it with the cricket.
Cricket, yes. Well, he deserves
That's why he's
full
going to do the book.
commendations because this man, of course, is a prolific author, and he's written so many books, and going into cricket and the history of cricket over the last 100 years, and now he has done football. This man has done written so many books and so many different topics, He's just a prolific author.
He has Dominican football. He has photographs of Dominican footballers from 1926.
Yes. I think Justice Andre.
It's fantastic.
It's fantastic. Yes.
Beautiful book,
Yes. I mean, and the man's work on cricket, was fantastic, and now to do it in football as well.
Right, in football as well.
It's a Herculean job, man.
I can get down there for August.
Yeah. So, Boogie Boy, you mentioned in dispatches, as they say.
It's about time somebody had
mentioned you in. Because in the old days, in dispatches, man.
I was one of the very few footballers who played 12 consecutive years, I played for Dominica on 12 consecutive years. I didn't play every match, but I was on the Dominica team for 12 consecutive years,
Yes.
And a lot of people seem to have just let that pass by. They didn't recognize that. I mean, a lot of people give me my flowers, but they didn't realize that I had one of the very few people who have played 12 consecutive years,
So you're receiving your flowers, Boogie.
Yeah, thank you very much. All right, guys.
Thanks for your contribution to the program, and thank you very much.
Okay.
Yes,
right.
Dr. Andre.
Bye-bye.
Fantastic book,
Dr. Justice Irvin Andre.
Yes, Irvin Andre.
Yes, he's really a prolific
very simple
author.
Very
simple guy.
Very simple guy, He comes to Dominica and,
He comes to Dominica virtually incognito.
I'm telling you.
And this man is a prolific
very
author.
down to earth,
written so many books and to chronicle those events, historical events, going back in time for the cricket, over 100 years of Dominica cricket, and now to go into football and to recount all these great teams of the past, calls for our research, painstaking research, and it is already a work of you have to love it to do it. I myself, I have a lot of things, but Lobby, really,
the time.
Most things I have are in my mind.
I know that in your mind.
Thank God, in my mind.
I know that.
I could probably speak on a tip, but I hate physically to write. Even when I'm broadcasting, I can't write a scorecard down, So that's why sometimes I remember as much stats as I can without having to write. I hate physically writing. We have another caller? No.
Yeah,
So-
I'd be happy if I could get, if he's in Dominica still, RAF for next week.
Yes, just get him, man.
I'll transfer you,
Let's get him.
So Boogie said, he was that
all
quick,
those guys on the past, you can get them. They're very welcome.
Somebody's there.
We have a caller. As I heard a voice.
Hello?
Mr. Lewis and Mr. Lou Black.
So, Mr. Barry.
Barry, how is it?
Barry of the Kalinago territory.
How are you?
I'm not doing too good.
Charlie, what's wrong?
Barry, you're batting well. You're on 95. You're not doing good, man. You're batting well. You're going for the 100.
The fellow said it was Cecil, but actually the fellow was Gerald Sobers, man.
Gerald Sobers?
Yeah, he was Gerald.
Although I thought the name he carried in Dominica, I remember the guy coming here saying his name was Cecil Sobers, you know.
But I have a picture of Sobers and Gerald.
Yes. I know Sobers, Gary had a brother called Gerald.
Yeah.
But the Roy is referring to a guy. I remember a guy came here saying his name was Cecil Sobers,
Well, it could have been Cecil too.
Yeah, I think so. It could have, I don't know.
But he has a brother called Gerald, because Gerald also played.
Yeah.
And he wasn't as good as...
Also, Gary had a brother who died young.
Okay, but Gerald Sobers played
I think so. You know, reading from the history of Gary, he had a young brother who he said was even better than he was in their young days.
Right, Gerald Sobers.
But I believe he perished through some misadventure as a young man. I believe so. Don't quote me on that.
I am not going against the partner, but
don't quote me on that.
But I know Gerald Sobers. There's a picture of Sobers and the brother.
Definitely, yes.
And then Areo used to play for the SMA.
RAF?
Yeah, he used to play for SMA.
Fast bowler, yes, of course.
Very fast.
Yeah, he had good
and
speed.
At that time at the Windsor Park, he played on Martin.
Okay, Martin, okay.
Yeah, Martin, because probably we know the islands, cricket was played on Martin.
Oh, yes.
Because when the Englishmen came to Grenada, Gresham and Redhead ran through them because they were not accustomed of playing on Martin. On Martin.
Martin and the Martin.
They destroyed them in Grenada, man. Gresham and Redhead.
What year was that, though? Do you remember the year?
I think it's 1958, 59, you know, around that time.
Because I know the MCC came under Hutton in 1954.
But anyway, they played against Grenada, in Grenada, and they played on Martin.
Yes.
So the English fellas were asking, but what is that?
Yes.
They're not accustomed to play on Martin.
Hutton's team in 54. In those days, all the Windward's matches were played in Grenada.
Yes, Grenada.
Every time a Torrent team came to play the Windward Islands, the match was always in Grenada.
Why?
In those 50s. Grenada was like the headquarters of the Windward.
You know.
Not only that, but
those days.
Said, well, Thing had a bigger playing field.
Grenada.
They had a lovely pavilion, big thing. They had a better facility. Yes. I remember Grenada as a schoolboy. Yes, the Dabo End, the Dabo Hills.
Yes.
And I remember in Grenada as a schoolboy in 1960, they had a pavilion and a stand. Huge thing. Man, I can tell you, would be about 2 or 3 of the stands they have now in the Windsor Park. One huge stand. I can never forget that. That's the Grenada I know of the late 50s, 60s.
And that was Queen's Park.
At Queen's Park Oval.
Yeah, Queen's Park was big.
Yeah. Then you had, of course, the Dabo End, you know, where the Dabo Hills.
And you had that famous cricket commentator. He used to play with Jeff Charles.
I mean, Leslie
Sion.
Sion. I think he was a St. Lucian, you know.
Oh, but he was a very good cricket commentator.
Yes. Leslie Sion.
But I have a name for where you're broadcasting in Rosedale. I have a name for it, you know. They should call it Charles, Louis, and Thomas.
For where we're broadcasting?
The broadcasting booth.
Or the broadcasting booth. They should name it.
Call it after Charles, Louis, and Thomas.
Charles, Louis, and Thomas.
Yeah, Jeff Charles, Ozzy Lewis, and Thomas. No,
Mervyn Thomas. No, Mervyn.
Joseph Thomas.
Joseph Thomas.
Right, Joseph Thomas.
Yes.
Just like your Barbados.
They have Cozier, Short, and Coppin.
Yes.
So
this were
the three in the media. Cozier, Short, Coppin.
Yeah.
Well, Barry, you can always suggest that, you know, Barry.
It's not too late.
And of course, you know, I think Thomas Kentish and Lockhart Sebastian them should be included at the Windsor Park.
But the Eastern Stand has not been named yet. You know that.
Oh, but they should name it after
the Eastern Stand. The stand on the eastern side has not yet been named.
They should name it after Sibo and Kentish.
That's a suggestion, yes.
Because,
yes.
you know,
And the media
Barbados,
house has not been named. You're right, the media house. Pavilion
in
has been.
Barbados, they named the suites after various cricketers.
Yes.
Like Nurse, Bino, Lashley, etc. You know?
Yes.
So I think we should give some honor to...
Barbados honor the quote-unquote heroes, you know,
yes,
a lot,
obviously.
you know.
A lot. Yes, they do that.
You know that, Barry?
Yes, they do.
Oh, yes.
Trinidad.
Trinidad,
also,
they pay homage to their heroes.
And you know, in Trinidad, they are going to open a nice big stadium.
For Lara.
And they name it after
Lara, yes, that's right. You know.
Friday, tomorrow they're opening it.
Yes. They always pay
Lara.
tribute to the heroes.
Obviously.
Lara Stadium.
In Dominica, you don't get much of that, you know.
But what we should, after all, because we tend to forget these people, you know.
Yes.
Yeah, because
after a while, you've forgotten. You go into the oblivion.
The list, you know.
Yes.
Even Heavy should be named somewhere in the Adi Windsor Park.
Yeah, some wing, something.
Of course,
you know, you're just forgotten, man. You're into oblivion.
Oh yes, that's
Dominica for you. Yes.
And these things can stay, you know.
Yes.
And then if you go to Kensington, you can follow every cricket because...
But we don't have a sports hall of fame. We should have some building where you go and you see pictures.
But
yes.
Even after you saw at Kensington, they have a role, you know, writing your name.
Yes, a role.
Even the cricket stadium right now
has nothing.
There's anything inside there. Yes,
there's nothing memorabilia.
Because
no history.
Yeah, especially you have now these touring teams coming in this touring team. The picture should be there in some place so people can enter and look at Yes,
of course.
You must at the end
you must have that.
For example,
the 100, he would have his name.
Yes. So they have that. Like I think in like I think they have that. You know, like for example in Flashing Meadow, I was thinking about tennis. They have that, you know. Every winner they have it there. You know?
Most of these places they have all the winners of all the years.
Yes. So we should have that. All the
Wimbledon, Flushing Meadow,
all the centurions.
The
outstanding bowlers that should be there. So at lunchtime you could peep inside and look at, go inside there, and check it. Yes.
And then finally.
Yes, Barry.
I am still talking about facilities also. These are telling me, well, when these fellas fought, they did not have facilities. But these are days gone by, man. You see what facilities we can perform. Like we have so many good athletes, but they are not anywhere here to practice. So when you have a man running on stones, you can bring him to the Olympic Games. and our people do good, you know.
All right.
Even though we don't have the facilities.
Anyways, thanks a lot for your contribution, Barry. Thank you. And I hope you do much better than you are doing, according to you. If you're not feeling too well, I hope you bounce back, Barry.
Continue the commentaries when I listen to you.
Okay, you do that. I'll give you a shout out tomorrow again.
Great.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to take a break. When we come back, I believe we have a few callers, but
will be our fan club.
Our fan club has to be done, yes.
And then cricket.
When we come back, we'll do our fan club. I think we have a caller. Can we take the last caller quickly? Caller, can you be very brief? If you can be very brief, because we're going for a break now. Yes, caller?
Yes, okay, Ozzy and Lobby.
Oh, yes.
Yes, good evening. I find the cricket, the Pakistani batting was very boring.
Very slow, pedestrian, laborious.
Very.
All adjectives you can use.
Yeah, man.
So I hope our openers can bat at least until lunch tomorrow, lay the foundation that the bowlers can be learned.
Yes.
But Ozzy, quickly, there's something I want to do. You know, there are a group of individuals in cricket that we forget. We talk about the players, we talk about the administrators when they do good, but this group, we only mention them when they make mistakes and they bash them.
The umpires?
Umpires? Yes,
umpires, one is integral part of the game.
Indeed, I agree with you.
I give Lobby 5, but Lobby, there's one guy I forget. I don't know why I forget that guy. So I want to mention Dominica's 6 best umpires.
Go ahead.
Allen, Billy Bertrove, Philip Allen, John Simon Roberts, Thomas Baptiste, and Lennox Abraham.
Yes.
Not necessarily in that
order.
To me, that's the best 6 umpires.
Yes.
After the break, your callers can call, add, or subtract, whatever.
Okay.
And I want to thank them, guys, for their contribution to cricket.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that contribution.
Very much.
6 best umpires. Right. But now we'll take a break. When we come back, we'll focus on the fan club and then go into test cricket.
Mother's Day is all in the planning. The lunch plan, the spa plans, a plan for a day off from it all for mom. Well, Flow has a plan that will make your Mother's Day even better.
Activate a prepaid combo plan from extra small to extra large and get double the data, minutes, and text. And keep your mom connected with the Samsung Galaxy J2 Prime from as low as $479. Dial *129# or use the MyFlow app. The bigger you go, the bigger you save. Let's make a plan for Mother's Day with Flow. Visit discoverflow.co for more.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Designer Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
I am the boss. I am the boss.
The new Dimensions Theatre presents I Am the Boss. Boss. No one will dictate to me what to do in this place. I Am the Boss is hot. It's captivating. It's intriguing.
I am not the problem. Don't use me as a scapegoat. All you see that I am the boss posture, it stinks. It is unholy.
I Am the Boss. Written and directed by Steve Harrison and opens at the Arawak House of Culture on May 13th and 14th, 8 p.m. nightly. Get your tickets at the Bullseye Pharmacy for only $25. Pay more at the door. I Am the Boss. Supported by Flow. A must-see.
Sir, can you do that?
I am the boss. I can do anything. Don't miss it. Be there.
I am the boss, and you are the have-nots.
I'll take a small.
Double XL. That's the size for me. Flow's new prepaid combo plans have the most choice and value for everyone. Save up to 90% by combining your talk, text, and data into one simple plan. And with options starting at just $15.99, it's easy to say it, type it, or share it. A whole lot more for a whole lot less. Dial *129# now to activate. The bigger you go, the bigger you save with Flow's new prepaid combo plans. This is how we flow.
Searching through the murky waters for crystal clear views of an island's history. A history which is as boundless as the limitless blue skies which marks this island geographical location. Crystal Waters Blue Skies is the medium for dramatic expression. Get the vibes right on cue. Monday and Wednesday, 7:45 a.m. just before the hot seat.
Rudolph Thomas Enterprise in Portsmouth, your suppliers of building materials and hardware products. Over 20 years experience in the business. Rudolph Thomas has lumber and plywood, Portland and tile cement, steel rods, galvanized and fence pipe. And Rudolph Thomas can meet all your wire needs. Galvanized roofing sheets, doors, windows, toilet sets, face basins and bidets. PVC piping, fittings and lattice. Check out Rudolph Thomas for ceramic and vinyl floor and wall tiles, nails, nuts and bolts, paint and painting supplies. And check out their line of electrical and hand tools. And Rudolph Thomas is your one-stop shop for hard-to-find items like fiberglass mat and fiberglass resin and welding rods. Go now to Rudolph Thomas on 1240 Bay Street in Portsmouth.
Welcome back to Sports Wrap. It's now 11 minutes after 7, and we are now going to our fan club, our myriad fans around the globe, both locally and in the diaspora. Let's say hello to Clem Fingal and BABA out there in Florida, his brother Randy Charles. Let me say hello to Kent Abraham and his father Joe Abraham, to sports fans. And today let me say hello to Birds. I saw Jerry Shenad today. Yeah. And I hadn't seen him in some time. So Birds always listens to the program. There's a guy who stopped me on the top of Constitution Hill, and he actually blocked traffic, Lobby, to tell me he's listening to Sports Wrap, his favorite program. And there were 3 vehicles behind him on the hill, and he stopped. That was something else. I think His name is Gorgos. You tell me.
Gorgos. Oh, yes,
Leroy
Leroy
Gorgos.
Gorgos.
I'm not sure if I think it's Leroy. And they say, just call him Gorgos. Says he's an ardent listener and he wanted to make the point. So I just say hello to Gorgos. No big deal at all. You have Cecilia Duran and Cecilia Matthew of the market. Elsa Viecas, Herminus Emmanuel, this great footballer of yesteryear. Elika and Clances, Elika still in the States, I think. Cassie Cott and Taggy, who are very ardent listeners. Blessings from St. Joseph. Harper Edwards and Clinton Antoine from Fokole. These guys are two loyal and ardent fans. Louis Robinson from the Sunshine State in Florida. Dr. Emmanuel Finn in Washington. And there's Peter Bolin, my good friend Berkey. Dr. Justice Irvin Andre, of whom we spoke a little earlier. Bogoroy just spoke about him. Mr. G out there in Toronto. Robert Peter. Then there's Elizabeth Peter, famous tennis fan. Dr. Vivian Moise, who I met a few days ago by Suki's, and we'll have some brief conversations. Dr. Hendricks Paul, one of the most illustrious medical doctors, surgeons we've had in Dominica, and a sports fan and a dear friend. Dr. Hendricks Paul, good evening to you, sir. Hope you're doing very well. Bogoroy, our dear friend. Teresa, my erstwhile neighbor, now in Canada, Teresa, and Dennis Polidor of Canada now, family of Teresa from Emsall. Blue, and a husband, Elmond, from Bath Estate. Rambo, the guy called Rambo. Ninja Henderson, and Claudia and Pat Gist. Felix Leslie, haven't heard from him for some time. That's one of my fans from Portsmouth. Agriculturist, and Billy Amor, the famous statistician, Charles Marie, Andy Carter, and Julian Newton, the breadnut man. And there's Roy James of Emsall, the Macmillan's boys at Fokole, Dr. Dave Lloyd, Clotilda Doctor of the mother of Billy, and the other Doctor of boys, a sports fan, as you know, Lobby. She is a very, very keen sports follower.
Very, Ozzy.
Clotilda Doctor. Ma'am, I wish you all the best. I hope you're doing well. ASP Wicks, Claude Wicks, my dear friend Wicks and his wife Delia. Francois Barry, who called a while ago. Thomas Louis. And there's Whitnell, the famous Whitnell Louis. And he doesn't miss it at all. And there is Paul Joseph, Bradley Joseph, Jeff Williams, Tyson Johnson, Gustav Williams, who was here last week. Tyson Johnson, Gustav Williams, Ozzy Walsh, Glenn Ducray, Boyo Seaman, Shirley Mills, Michael Murphy, my good friend Michael Murphy, Gilbert Williams, Orin Shillingford, Vivienne Alcindor. There is Norman from Shillingford, Franklin Laronde, Roy Tavernier, and of course Birds.
And Glenn Ducray.
Glenn Ducray. These are sports fans who always listen. There's Matthew Coffey, police officer, Robertson Laura, Sergeant Bertrand, who doesn't miss, my friend Stevenson Ville, police constable, Dr. Dave Lloyd, I mentioned already, Dangle Ben from Point Michel, Angelo Joseph, and Joseph Mann from Bath Estate, and Begaye, who always listens, and there's Bolt, the tire repairman.
Oh, yes.
Bolt.
Who listens regularly.
Listens. Pi King. His real name is Remy. My good pal Anselm. A guy called Hoggy. There is Brian, my friend, and Jerome John Lewis, my man who brings my fish for me whenever I need fish. And Jerome always listens as well. A lady called Madri from, I think, Loubert tells me she always listens. All an hour or two before she has a radio waiting, so I just can't let them down. So good evening to all our sports fans. And Lobilas here.
Yes, I'll say yes. Hello to my wife and family in the US. You know, I hope things are. You had a fine day. Also, my sister Claudette and her daughter Sasha in Maryland. and husband, I know they're listening. Also, my brother Super L and his wife Paula, they're listening right now in Canada. Also to the Bertrand family in Kenfield, St. Phil Louis, and James Electronics, T-Boy and Patricia Eatery tomorrow Friday. Don't forget. Price in St. Croix, Edison Allen in Bath Estate, and the Blue Crew.
Blue Crew.
Yes, Joghead, Muko, Jojo Bala, Robin, and Birdie Shillingford, and all
about Tata.
I come to that one. Tata and the crew, the financial center, the shortest guard.
Shortest,
very quick guard,
greatest basketballer
I tell you, he
of
was,
all time.
Very, very effective. JB the Juice Man in Pottersville.
Nightclub.
The nightclub man, I say hello to my cousin Wilma Bellot in Pottersville, Pond in Bath Estate, and the crew in the gardens. So Charlo, and
oh yes,
Charles,
yes,
in
Sir
gardens.
Charles.
So Charles, doing a fantastic job,
Very good job.
It's just unfortunate that he hasn't been,
recognized.
Given a job in the Ministry of Sports,
Sports, yes.
Very. I hope in one day.
I forgot to mention Vanya Shillingford and Johnny Shillingford, but go ahead.
Also, we forgot also hello to Sibo.
Oh yes, Sebastian.
I know that he's very busy.
I know Sibo is listening.
And he's busy. I know that he's keeping his fingers crossed, hoping that the team can do well tomorrow.
Yes, so Sibo, let's say good evening to you as well.
I know that, keep your fingers crossed.
If you want to call in, you can call in the next 5 minutes.
Because there are also fans in the West Coast, Collyho, Salisbury, St. Joseph, Monrachet, Portsmouth, just name it,
Yes.
And all in the entire West Coast.
Fontaine, if
yes, don't forget that, in Grand Fond, the boys in Grand Fond.
Yes.
Listen right now,
David Defoe, the fast bowler, now in Holland.
Yes, in Rosso Market.
Yes.
Patrick John, I hope you're doing well. Also, especially of
Havis
Shillingford, who is recovering very fine,
Very nicely indeed.
Yes, Mr. Philip Allen, Prosper. Usually Prosper, your
comedian. yes.
So Irvin Augustine, Darren Simon, happy to see you, this week. I hope we have no meeting later. Mr. Babs Dyer, I saw him also. He's doing well. Babs
better.
Dyer,
yes.
And Joe Man in Bath Estate, Joe Kentish, Zay Manuel, Cecilia Deloney, Jerry in Newtown, Goodwill, Mr. and Mistress Roy, John Lewis in Soufriere, and Lufa Martin, and Roy Bernard Roy Basil in Scott's Head.
Right, so that's the list of our fans.
The name of
just
the
a few of them. And will there a quick look at the names suggested by the last caller, concerning the umpires?
The umpires,
Just see if we can just remember them. The forgotten heroes, umpire Billy Doctor, we said Philip Allen.
Yes.
Then there's
Simon
Howard, he was known as Ma Howard. Simon Roberts.
Then
I think he mentioned John Simon. Before we mentioned John Simon. And he mentioned Lennox Abraham and the late Thomas Baptist Carter. Yes.
All this.
What about Desmond Roberts?
Desmond Roberts also
an outstanding umpire. Yes.
Did Desmond did any Shell game?
I'm not too sure.
I'm not too sure. But the guys who did Shell for us
were Howard,
Billy, Simon, Lennox, Abraham,
Thomas Baptist, of course, Philip Allen. Yes, these are more our renowned umpires,
who have done a human service over the years,
Yes.
Very good that, we can.
It's true they don't get the kudos they deserve, So it's good to remember them from time to time.
We had only one female, the other female umpire.
Yes, the lady, my God, the name. In fact, I had to say something about her. Shirley Mack.
Shirley Mack, yes, Shirley Mack.
I want to apologize. I had to say something about Shirley Mack in the form of a quiz so that she'll get some recognition. But I want to apologize. I forgot to mention it. And about 3-4 weeks that slipped me, but I'm glad you mentioned it. So Shirley Mack, of course, has been an outstanding female umpire.
The only female umpire.
Yes.
You have ever had from Dominica.
Qualified and everything
Qualified,
So Shirley, in case you're listening, good evening to you, Shirley Mack.
From Point Michel.
Yes.
Lady from the south.
Indeed. The time is 7:22.
Yes.
We'll take another break very quickly. For commercial sake, and then devote the last 30 minutes or more to the ongoing test match here in Dominica. So we'll take another quick break here on Sports Wrap.
Mother's Day is all in the planning. The lunch plan, the spa plans, a plan for a day off from it all for mom. Well, Flow has a plan that will make your Mother's Day even better.
Activate a prepaid combo plan from extra small to extra large and get double the data, minutes, and text. And keep your mom connected with the Samsung Galaxy J2 Prime from as low as $479. Dial *129# or use the MyFlow app. The bigger you go, the bigger you save. Let's make a plan for Mother's Day with Flow. Visit discoverflow.co for more.
At Fresh Vitamins, we've got everything you need for health and well-being. We carry a wide range of all-natural sports nutrition and health supplements, plus gluten-free and organic foods, all from quality brands, including Solaray, Cal, Bob's Red Mill, Nature's Way, Source Naturals, and Desire Way. Fresh Vitamins has 2 convenient locations. We're at number 7, Great George Street, Roseau, and we're in Portsmouth, inside IGA Whitchurch Supermarket. Join our discount club and save up to 20% every day on your purchases. Like us on Facebook to stay informed about our products and specials. Come into Fresh Vitamins today and get healthy.
I am the boss. I am the boss.
The new Dimensions Theater presents I Am the Boss. Boss. No one will dictate to me what to do in this place. I Am the Boss is hot. It's captivating. It's intriguing.
I am not the problem. Don't use me as a scapegoat. All you see that I am the boss posture, it stinks. It is unholy.
I Am the Boss. Written and directed by Steve Harrison and opens at the Arabic House of Culture on May 13th and 14th, 8 p.m. nightly. Get your tickets at the Bullseye Pharmacy for only $25. Pay more at the door. I Am the Boss. Supported by Flow. A must-see.
Sir, can you do that?
I am the boss. I can do anything. Don't miss it. Be there.
I am the boss, and you are the have-nots.
I'll take a small.
XL, that's the size for me. Flow's new prepaid combo plans have the most choice and value for everyone. Save up to 90% by combining your talk, text, and data into one simple plan. And with options starting at just $15.99, it's easy to say it, type it, or share it. A whole lot more for a whole lot less. Dial *129# now to activate. The bigger you go, the bigger you save with Flow's new prepaid combo plans. This is how we flow.
Searching through the murky waters for crystal clear views of an island's history. A history which is as boundless as the limitless blue skies which marks this island geographical location. Crystal Waters Blue Skies is the medium for dramatic expression. Get the vibes right on cue. Monday and Wednesday, 7:45 a.m. just before the hot seat.
Rudolph Thomas Enterprise in Portsmouth, your suppliers of building materials and hardware products. Over 20 years experience in the business. Rudolph Thomas has lumber and plywood, Portland and tile cement, steel rods, galvanized and fence pipe. And Rudolph Thomas can meet all your wire needs. Galvanized roofing sheets, doors, windows, toilet sets, face basins and bidets. PVC piping, fittings and lattice. Check out Rudolph Thomas for ceramic and vinyl floor and wall tiles, nails, nuts and bolts, paint and painting supplies. And check out their line of electrical and hand tools. And Rudolph Thomas is your one-stop shop for hard-to-find items like fiberglass mat and fiberglass resin and welding rods. Go now to Rudolph Thomas on 1240 Bay Street in Portsmouth.
Yes, welcome back to Sports Wrap. And we, on the last lap, I think we have a caller trying for some time. DJ Shield, let's see if we can get them. Yes, caller, you've been trying for some time. Welcome to Sports Wrap.
Yes, it's me again.
Oh, yes.
To be brief because you will go in.
Yes.
We are going to the break.
Going for a break, yes.
I didn't complete my thing yet.
Go ahead.
You just beat me to it. And the reason why you beat me to it is because you're on the console. With Shirley Mack.
With Shirley Mack. Yes.
I was calling to bring in Shirley Mack.
Okay.
That's why you beat me to it.
Okay.
What I would like to do over the next couple of weeks,
yes,
is to name 7 of our top sportsmen or whatever in whatever field.
Yes.
And then and administrators or whatever. And next week, God's willing, if I'm alive, I'll be giving you more flowers. I know Dice and Patiron has given me your flowers, but you can never get too much.
You can never have too many flowers, man.
Yes, so I'm going to pick my 7 best commentators. 7 is God's perfect number.
All right. Well, I know you're a man of the Yes.
Yeah, I'm going to pick my 7 best commentators, then my 7 best batsmen who never play for Dominica and who would play for Windward right now.
Yes.
7 best
Interesting.
strikers in football,
Yes.
big men, and so on and so on. You get it?
Yes. Your best 7 in various fields.
As usual, the callers can call and comment and add and subtract and whatever.
Interesting. Like you just gave your best umpires, and we brought in Shirley Mark. I mentioned Desmond Roberts as well. So it's a very good idea to what you're thinking of, indeed.
Yes. So next week will be the commentators.
Okay.
So you'll be getting your flowers. I give you a hint.
Okay, I'm getting a hint. I'll get flowers. Okay, I'll get a bouquet again.
Amphibians, I hope.
No, roses, man.
Roses.
Roses, man.
Roses.
The queen of flowers, man. Amphibians.
Yes.
I know that. I don't want to. I just put in your legs and just put roses.
Yes, this gentleman is a genuine guy.
Yeah, I know him very well.
Means well.
Very well. Oh, yes.
And well-intentioned, and we'll appreciate his contributions all the time on Sports Rap. So next week we'll have entertaining him again for a few moments. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Thanks. Do we have another caller? Yes. Sports Rap?
Good evening.
Good evening, Elizabeth.
Also, I don't know what you spoke about, but I just arrived.
Oh, my goodness. All I said was you're the greatest woman tennis fan in Dominica. I hope I'm not too wrong in saying that.
Also, 2 things.
Yes.
I noticed your boy Pat with all his coaches.
Djokovic.
He don't like to lose at all.
Oh, Djokovic.
You want a new team?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Secondly, Ozzy, for the cricket, and you know my boy won, Nadal won.
Oh, we know that. 2 of them.
Nadal won.
Two in a row.
If I don't mention my
Did he win what? Is it the Madrid Open?
Well, they're playing now, but Madrid Open just started.
The Madrid just started, yes. ATP, Madrid, the Masters, yes. Yes.
Ozzy, for the cricket, I find Gabriel is a bit slow. He doesn't cover for the others, You don't find he's a little heavy.
Gabriel?
Yes.
Yes, he looks a little almost muscle-bound, you call that.
Yes, he just stays one place, the other fella is running for the ball, he's not covering.
Gabriel is what he looks. He looks a bit muscle-bound.
He's heavy, you're right.
He's heavy, you're right.
He's not mobile, not a mobile person.
No, he's not a flexible type.
He's not a type,
No, certainly not.
Yes.
Indeed.
All right, Papa. Bye-bye.
Okay, then. So we'll give us more tennis updates next time.
Okay.
All right.
Somebody's a bit late. I'll let you all come. Another time.
Yes. Next week, give us some more tennis updates.
All right.
Okay, Elizabeth.
Yeah, Djokovic party with his staff.
Again.
Yeah, he said he wants a new, to get. He need a team to get back his winning ways.
Yes. Okay. Now we have about 30 minutes left. Let's look at cricket.
Yes, cricket in Dominica.
The 3rd test match in Dominica. And we've had a very good weather today, unlike the first day where we had some rain. But we had 69 overs bowled, not too bad at all. The main thing is at the end of the 2nd day, the Pakistanis Lobi have been bowled out for 376.
Yep.
And West Indies, I think, are 14 without loss in reply. And 2 days gone, there's 3 more days. And the first thing I want to stress on is the toss. At the time, did you think it was a correct decision? Though you can be wise after the event. At 9 in the morning yesterday, did you believe that whoever won the toss would have sent in the opposition to bat?
First of all,
9 o'clock. Remember, we at 9.
It was very overcast. Very gloomy skies.
It's drizzle. It looks dismal and what did you think?
Well, I know first of all with the bowling of Pakistan, the left-hand bowling, the swing bowlers they have. I say if they're not winning that toss,
exploit the heavy overcast.
Yes, they sent West Indies into bat.
Yeah. Well, Miss Bass said so. Had he won the toss, Miss Bass wanted to win the toss, and he said had he won the toss, he'd have sent in the West Indies into bat.
Obviously.
Oh yes.
Yeah,
so do you think that the average captain, the conditions as they were at 9 o'clock
would have done that
yesterday, would have sent in the opposition to bat?
Yes,
the only thing is, though, Luby, the Windsor Park, because of my familiarity with it, I know when the Windsor Park wicket is nice and sound and firm, and no matter how overcast it is, it is still a good batting pitch.
Agreed.
If you know that the Windsor Park strip.
And it takes good off spin.
Yes, yes. You get the finger spinners seems to get more than the back of the hand spinners.
Yes.
Yes. But I would think that 9 out of 10 captains having won the toss at 9 o'clock in the morning yesterday with the conditions as they prevailed would have sent in the opposition to bat. So one cannot be too critical of the decision. However, Pakistan, after having a good start, in fact, they lost an early wicket to Chase. They were 19 for 1. And then they had a good partnership of 120 between Baba Azam and Azhar Ali. And that took the match away from the West Indies because the pitch was devoid of grass. The first half an hour, I thought it had more bounce and carry. But then I realized, oh no, this is a batting strip.
Yes.
And batting became easier and easier.
But we dropped some vital catches,
But he dropped, Baba Azam was dropped at 28. And today, for instance, we dropped a couple more catches.
Yes, we dropped.
Miss Bar was dropped.
And then there's Miss Stump.
Yeah, Miss Bar was dropped at not.
At not.
Yeah. But by and large, the Pakistanis, on the whole, batted too slowly once again, as they did in Barbados. I mean, it's all well and good to bite as long as possible and play what they call attritional cricket, but you've got to advance the game. So even though you're 150 without loss or for 1, and you're batting for about 60 overs, you are there a long time. Tell yourself, if 2 or 3 wickets fall very quickly in a cluster, you're back to square one.
I know.
Always remember that. So runs are important, and Pakistan, I am sure, overnight being 169 for 2, were looking out for a score about 450 and trying to bat once on that strip.
The game started at 9:30
this morning. Yes.
And at lunch, they only scored 52 runs.
They scored 58 runs,
in
of 30 overs in bright sunshine,
lovely
on a
weather.
batting paradise. That's the point, And on top, here what was in their favor. They were on top, 69 for 2, bright weather,
very bright,
good batting wicket, everything going for them, and then they crawled, scoring 58 runs in 2.5 hour session from 9:30 to 12. 30 overs bowled, and they were crawling. And then, once again, Azhar Ali has scored a century, but a laborious century. It took him about 7 hours again, or more, over 460 minutes. And he faced about 344 balls. That's a lot of balls for 127.
On a plastic wicket,
I'm not saying you go and bat recklessly, but you must bat with some enterprise.
Of course,
especially when you're on top. Try to seize and wrest the initiative and maintain a stranglehold over your opponents.
And we would say in those days, by that time, you used to see the ball as big as a breadfruit.
Right, it's big as breadfruit. You can't be 160 without loss or 2, and you're on top. Conditions are ripe. Good hot sunshine.
Lovely weather.
Good wicket. Do we have a caller? And you're still crawling, scoring at 1.9 runs per over. That's killing the game. Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Wrap.
Yes, Ozzy, that's the exact thing I was telling Togai while we were discussing the game.
Painstaking batting.
Cricket, you have to take everything into consideration.
Yes.
And the pitch, I tell him, based on the pitch, batting paradise.
Batting paradise.
Pakistan bat is too slow. And if you notice, Ozzy, there was time Holder was bringing in the field. What is his name? Bishu.
Bishu, yes.
wasn't getting anything from the wicket.
Right.
The other Chase, now and then were getting the ball to bounce, something like that.
Yes.
And the Pakistani were not trying to go over the top.
No, they're just blocking.
Everybody in, and they're not trying to go over
everybody
the top
in.
And
Yes.
they're blocking.
Yes.
And Ozzy, one thing I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think I'm almost 100% sure that Leslie Sion was Grenadian.
Oh, sorry, did I say St. Lucian?
St. Lucian, yes.
No, he was Grenadian, yes. Thanks for the correction.
When I served in Grenada in 1983, I met him Inspector John introduced me to him, and
Yes.
he had a tournament going on
Yes.
with government department.
Yes.
And when he tell him we were cricketers and so on, he said, well, why not some? If we can play for the police team.
Yes.
But what I called to tell you, at that time, they were still playing on Martin. So that was the first time I saw Martin.
They was playing on Martin, yes.
Yeah, they were still playing on
Yes.
Martin.
But we
So that
played
was
here
the
in
first-
1960 tournament, called a 1960 tournament. Dominica played the tournament here on, it was Martin still, in Dominica. We began to have turf wickets in the 60s. But in 1960, when I played for Dominica, we played on Martin at the Gardens.
Okay.
Oh, yes, in 1960. So in the 50s, tournaments around the Windward Islands were being played on Martin. But in the leewards, you had turf wickets way back when. The leewards were far advanced.
Yes, yes.
But in the windwards, we all played on Martin wickets up to about 1960, for sure. I'm sure of that.
Well, I saw it in 1986. Up to 1983, Grenada still had Martin.
Well, there you go, you know.
Nice.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much for that correction. Let's just see on, of course, I made an error. He was, in fact, a Grenadian. Remember about him very well. A guy called Alva Clark as well. I don't think he was a cricket commentator, but in those days he was a very popular radio Wibs announcer, I think he was. I remember those very early days, But getting back to the test match, I mean, a scoring rate of just about over 2 and over. That is laborious and painstaking. As somebody described it to me, they used a very big word. They said it was soporific, which means something which drugs you, makes you feel drowsy to go to bed.
Obviously, Ozzy, man.
Soporific.
Yeah, man.
The scoring rate was soporific, and a person felt to get a cot and a pillow and take a nap.
I'm telling you, obviously, Ozzy.
It was, but they're a little too slow because they weren't top and they were not getting the ball away at all, Lobby.
And you see, our population.
For instance, before I forget, Miss Baul Haq had 50 balls for one run.
His first run. His first run. Yes,
one
his
run.
first run.
50 deliveries. At that rate, even to score 10 runs, he'd have taken 500 balls. They make your point.
No, also, what I'm saying that the Dominicans, Ozzy, people get to cricket in here. They like win or lose, exciting.
The crowd looks very reasonable today.
But people love lovely
crowd
cricket.
today. Yes.
People love. We like lively cricket here.
Exciting cricket,
obviously, man.
Yes. You want. I mean, when I say excitement, obviously it's a test match, it's a 5-day match, but certainly you want to see some stroke play.
Obviously.
When you're on top, you see a batsman, even though it's for one session, dominating.
Obviously, man. You can't be telling me that, 2.5 hours is when 58 runs,
58
man.
58 runs for 2.5 hours.
Lovely day, lovely weather, lovely weather, bright sunshine.
I think we have a caller trying to join the conversation. Caller, welcome to Sports Wrap here. On the big station.
Yes, the biggest of all.
The big station.
Oh, brother, how are you again?
The biggest of all.
The man from the East, Paul Joseph. Yes.
I remember that there was an umpire, they call a La Roque fellow, qualified umpire.
La Roque.
Oh, yeah.
And qualified umpire called
La Roque.
La Roque.
Yeah, a fellow umpired together with Forbes Charles and those guys, qualified umpire.
La Crete.
Forbes Charles from Marigot.
No, you said La Roque.
And there was a La Roque, a fellow, he must have been, that guy,
a big guy.
I don't know him, but I
from Portsmouth.
La Roque guy.
Yes. I know the guy you're talking now, yes. La Roque.
Yeah.
From the north. I think he's from Portsmouth.
Okay, sorry.
You're quite right, Paul, yes. La Roque, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Test match.
Yes. A very big guy, La Roque, yes.
In my humble opinion,
get back into the test, yeah.
I believe that Holder, before lunch,
yes,
having realized that Chase
got
the breakthrough,
yes,
and he was getting some spin and bounce before the luncheon interval, I think I would have attacked more with
Chase.
with Chase.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because this guy, that Gabriel, he was not already penetrative.
No, on that dead wicket.
On
yes.
that dead wicket.
Yeah. He was containing,
Right.
but never looked penetrative on this docile wicket. Yes.
And bearing in mind that the Windsor Park grounds, the off-speeders,
Yes.
have done very well, taken from our local boy here.
Traditionally.
You know?
Yes.
So I think he missed the trick there. I would not only bowl Chase for that short spell before lunch. I would have.
On which is it the first day's play you're talking about?
That's right.
Oh yes, when he got that early wicket.
That's right. early.
I find he was a bit underutilized.
Off the attack too
Yes.
early.
Yes.
And it took too much time to bring
him back. Almost he was like almost a forgotten player. He came back late in the day, you know.
It was like a fowl. You gave 5 eggs to hatch, and he came out with 4 chicks, and you forgot to.
But even this morning, Ozzy, this morning, she said, you know, it was spinner. Even this morning.
The other thing that I find again, Bishu was not effective.
No, he was not his best at all.
He is the frontline spinner.
Yes.
But in a situation like that, I believe that the holder should have seen that Bishu must have turned about 3 or 4 balls that I heard you all said.
Yes.
He
hardly bowled the googly.
No, he never.
I didn't see a googly.
I'm listening to the cricket very, very close. I never heard a commentator. I said, well, probably you all don't know the googly. Right?
Well, I didn't see a googly.
I never heard you all spoke about a googly.
There might have been 1 or 2, but we didn't see.
Reading from your commentary, it would appear to me like my good friend, deceased Pat Stevens, he was bowling straight leg breaks. He was rolling the ham, but he was not getting anything from the wicket.
So and he was shot with very short time, very short.
So I would have persisted more with Chase.
And even try Brathwaite.
You have Brathwaite, the other
off spinner, and I was shocked.
Done reasonably well for the short period of time that they use him as an underutilized bowler.
I'm telling you.
So I think Mr. seemed to be leaving the pavilion with one plan.
I'm telling you.
One plan.
I'm telling you, you're right.
So you feel he's not very flexible.
Sometimes you leave with a plan. That is what you all plan in the pavilion. That is what the coach and you all plan in the pavilion. But you as the captain, you are on the field and you are the one to ensure, well, look, this plan is not working. Now I am going to a plan B.
A counter plan.
All right? And that is what I see with him. It's not a criticism to say, how you call it, derogatory criticism.
Yeah.
But it is constructive.
Constructive criticism.
So I think he was put on a little thinking cap. When you leave the pavilion with a plan, if the plan is not working, you should have, as the captain, a second plan at right. That is what I see.
Okay, Paul. Thanks for that comment. Thank you very much indeed. So the scores again: Pakistan, after batting for 146 overs, 376 all out. I'm sure. Well, overnight, 169 for 2. They envisage a score of 450 at the very least. I think we have another caller, and I think they fell short by about 75 runs. Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Wrap.
Ozzy, good evening to you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
And your guest in studio, if you Black.
Hey, how are you?
Good. Ozzy,
Sir.
I watched the cricket. Well, I was in the park for the both days. And basically,
yes,
the Pakistani team, to me, in my opinion, bro, they could have up the pace.
Oh yes,
of the batting.
Yes, the scoring rate. Yes,
of course,
yes,
man.
yes. And to me, that 370,
376.
They in my estimation, they fell short about maybe 150 or 100 runs.
At least 75 runs. Yes,
at least 100.
Yes, yes. For that length of time they were batting.
Yeah, man, you cannot tell me you at what 169, 170 for two
overnight.
Yes.
Overnight score, and you come in this morning in that similar
58
glorious
runs.
He
fashion
scored
this
58 runs
2.5 hours.
in 2.5 hours before lunch.
No, that they to me when I've been watching their style of play.
Yeah.
They basically play from the defensive point.
Very defensive approach.
Unlike Australia, which
Australia trying to go at 4 runs per over.
You cannot have Australia have a team for 160 something for two
overnight
and scoring
like
58 runs in 2.5. No, you're joking, man.
Yeah, so they like to be on the defensive first. Make sure, like they are sure of a draw.
Right.
And then they push for the win if the win would surface. But I think West Indies tomorrow just have to go out there.
Yeah.
And play a little more attacking cricket.
Well, West Indies will certainly score faster than 2.4 runs per over.
I'm telling you,
sure.
They will, based on their style of batting.
Oh yes.
Yeah, but then the guy they have to watch for tomorrow basically is this.
Leg spinner. Yasir Shah.
Right.
But the pitch is still playing very placidly, very good. I don't think Yasir Shah will get too much purchase from the strip tomorrow. The pitch looks very firm. And West Indies still has a chance to put on a good score on that pitch.
Yes.
If you have good conditions tomorrow, good sunshine tomorrow at Windsor Park. The pitch is still playing remarkably well.
Yeah, but based on Rust and Chase performance.
Yes. Yes, but the caller was still on, eh? Anyhow, we cut him off inadvertently. But we have another caller. Sorry.
I am back.
You're
talking
back.
about slow scoring.
Yes.
Can you recall a team dropped an opening batsman after scoring a century?
That's Gantum.
Gantum, man.
Way back in in the 40s.
What about Boycott?
When the West Indies
England
dropped
also dropped Boycott.
Gantum. Boycott was also dropped for slow scoring.
That's right.
Yes.
And this Pakistan is brought that back to my memory.
Yes. Because 7 hours for 100 runs. That's a lot of hours.
Man. Of course, man.
You know?
By that time, according to you see that ball big as a breadfruit.
Yes.
You expect
I think Azhar Ali, and he does have strokes.
Of course.
He's not a blocker. No. He's a complete, consummate batsman who has an array of strokes.
Obviously.
But somehow, Ali just decides to play in a sort of painstaking way. Do you know, in Barbados, he scored 14 runs, 1-4, in an entire session from start of play to lunch.
Yes.
He was 81, and at lunch, he was 95.
95 or 99.
Oh, man. So I think we have another caller. Yes, let's caller, be brief. We're taking as many calls as possible. We're looking at the test match, Pakistan against the West Indies, here at Windsor Park. Yes, caller, welcome to Sports Wrap. Let's take in the caller. Yes, welcome. Make your point quickly.
Yeah, it's only two of you tonight anyway. But
yes.
This is gentleman, Pipe Michelle.
Hey, how are you, brother? How are you?
Not too bad. Hey, Louis.
How are you doing?
Not too bad. No, you see what happens? The argument you all brought out there, that is something I never agree with where Test is concerned. Test has so many areas where you can either draw or whatever it is, win or play whatever technique. I personally feel that right now is 1-1. They want to try to secure that either a draw or they win, because they know jolly well we are weak. No two ways about it.
That's why they should make an effort, a greater effort to dominate and to win. No. Because they have never won a series in the Caribbean.
Yeah, but do you know that?
Never.
You know that they have to be so careful that they have to score that slow for them to keep their wicket standing. Eh?
Well, their first aim is to play not to lose. And by so playing, you find you might lose. If things can backfire on you. And you lose more easily by playing ultra cautiously.
No, your point can be looked at well for true. When you look at the team going 155 for the first wicket and they lose the match.
Yes,
that is something else.
They don't advance the match. They don't score quickly enough.
No, but if you enter in the first test match and you want to rewrite history.
You want to win the series.
Win the series.
You got to play positive cricket.
You have to do that. You have to play positive cricket.
And you get a chance to bat on a good batting strip.
Yeah.
Good conditions. You have to advance the game as quickly as possible.
Well, this isn't something I cannot really go too deeply into argument, because I saw when we won that last match there, I couldn't imagine that. So, things can happen.
Well, Pakistan contributed to their demise,
The slow batting.
By the slow batting. They scored only 393 in batting for almost 2 days. Yes. And that time they should have had close to 500 runs. Should have been a different test match.
Yeah, but Ozzy, when you look at it, when you all look at it well, they had enough time on the second inning to win the match,
It's not time. By that time, the wicket had deteriorated so badly in Barbados.
From day 2.
Yes. The pitch was like what they call a dust bowl and a minefield on days 4, especially day 4 and 5 in Barbados,
Okay.
Oh, yes. You have to think also not of the total runs to get, but of the condition of the pitch. Okay. There are times the pitch is playing so badly, you can score 50.
No,
that's why they scored only 81.
No, but it was proven.
Yeah.
It was proven.
So it isn't that 180 on the last day on a pitch playing normally would be nothing to score 180 on the last day. But on that particular wicket that was deteriorating, they could not even get 100 runs on the final day.
Well, boy, that is something I'll never forget, that win. Man, I tell you, I said I wasn't drinking for that day. I had 2 beers in the night.
All right.
Yeah?
Okay.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks, Dangles, right.
Yeah, I noticed it was different tonight.
Yes.
Yeah, Lobby wasn't aggressive tonight.
No, he's not aggressive. He's very cool tonight.
It was only you.
Yes, it's cool.
Okay, then.
Yeah, okay. Dangles.
Okay. But you see, Ozzy, what I would like to see, Ozzy, in terms of his rotation of his bowlers.
Yeah. I think we have about 2 more callers trying to join the conversation. Callers, well, be brief. We only have about 5 minutes left.
I'll be very brief also.
Yes.
Ozzy, you imagine yesterday we won a stand and people start to doze off. Imagine we as spectators was calling for Chase to bowl,
Yes,
we were just spectators looking at the game.
Yes.
And we wondering but what Holder doing.
Yes.
And he brought in Chase so long.
Yes. Yesterday, yes.
Imagine we were sleeping, we were taking a nap. It was so boring, I'm telling you.
Very boring and painstaking.
It was.
Another thing I find, only those 5 bowlers we have.
No,
we have other part-time
we have other part-time bowlers.
Yes. You find the bowlers were being overworked?
No, what I'm saying, one to the next, nothing happening except if Chase.
So make more changes. Well, they had other part-time bowlers like Brathwaite
and Singh
can bowl a little thing off break.
Yes.
But anyhow.
He was going from one to the next. You understand?
So you're very bored.
Yes. But Ozzy, I'm telling you, and I love cricket, a certain time we're dosing off Ozzy. Anyway, bye-bye.
Okay, bye-bye. Thanks for your contribution. I think we have another caller. Caller, welcome to Sports Wrap. Be brief. We only have 5 minutes left, and we want to entertain as many calls as possible. Yes?
Yes, Boycott has a famous quotation.
Yes.
If you think that you're in a good position, just add 2 more wickets to the score, and you find that the score isn't so good
Exactly. That is all. Just add 2 wickets to your score and find out if you're in a good position. You're very correct.
Okay, gentlemen.
Oh, yes. Thank you very much. Very good point.
Very good point.
Yes. Because you're 159 for 2 in a good position, yes.
Yeah.
But advance their calls by saying they're blocking, scoring 50 in 2.5 hours. And you lose 2 wickets or 3 quickly.
Yeah.
You're back to square one. So, I think we have another caller. Welcome to Sports Wrap. Caller, give me your views on the test match. Yes.
Hello, I'm a cricket fan, a big West Indies cricket fan. I am going to the cricket match tomorrow, and West Indies better. Don't upset me.
Okay, caller. Okay, you are threatening the West Indies team. I'm a big fan, so West Indies should not upset me. Okay, caller. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Okay, thanks for calling. I think we have another caller. Let's take in as many calls as possible. Hello, welcome to Sports Wrap. We have about 3 minutes left, so be brief.
Oh, I've been trying for the longest while since you won the roll call.
Is that right?
And I just couldn't get, because I see, what's his name? Sibo wasn't there tonight to call Norbert Phillip. And
Norbert Phillip is on island, yes.
He had his wife Jennifer there here to look at the cricket.
Yes, they're here, I understand, yes.
Okay, right, yes.
But Sibo is not in the studios with us.
Okay, good night.
No. Okay, thanks, good night.
He's busy.
But Norbert Phillip is in Dominica, I think, yes.
Yes, somebody's putting him on his stand, you know.
Yes.
But you see, you realize also by the time Pakistan wanted to accelerate, it was much too late.
Yes. We have another caller. Welcome to Sports Wrap caller.
Good evening, sir, Mr. Ozzy Louis.
Yes.
Mr. Louis.
Mr. Louis. Famous Mr. Louis.
I just arrived in a while.
You just arrived?
Yeah, I just arrived.
Okay, we gave you your shout out already.
So let me just say, I see everything from yesterday, everything.
Okay,
what I want to say is the opening of the match, of the toss.
Yes.
The toss, it would disappoint any people that observing cricket.
Yes.
I would still send Pakistan to bat.
Yes.
That is my opinion.
At the time yesterday,
there's a lot of argument about it, but that would be my opinion.
Given the conditions, the overcast,
the toppling on the thing,
the rain, the atmosphere, heavy overcast,
green, green,
yes,
water liquid drizzle.
Yes,
I would never take a chance to go and bat first.
Most captains would have sent the other side into bat.
That is my opinion.
You're quite right. Yes.
And I'm not going further than that because your time is too short.
All right, thank you, Mr.
Have
Lee.
a nice day.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
For sure, when I leave.
Okay.
All right. Have a good night rest.
So the West Indies are 14 without loss. Pakistan scored 376. I think they feel they are at least 100 runs short of what the intended will be.
Also, like
on that good pitch.
As we are ending, like we say, Happy Mother's Day to all mothers in Dominica.
Oh yes, Happy Mother's Day on Sunday to all mothers. And happy in advance because next week, Thursday, we'll be back. So we have come to the end of this program. Remember, the West Indies against Pakistan, the third day split tomorrow continues. Be at the park to back the West Indies. The score, Pakistan scored 376 and the West Indies have started batting 14 without loss. So we expect a bumper crowd at Windsor Park tomorrow. West Indies against Pakistan in the third test. And on that note, Ozzy Lewis on behalf of Emmanuel Loblack saying bye-bye. Thanks for listening. Until next Thursday at 6 o'clock for another edition of Sports Wrap. Good evening.
understanding of what transpired here. But before I go further, I'd like to extend sincere sympathies to the family and friends of Mildred Shillingford, better known as Margarine or Nembam, who passed away recently. We extend our sincere sympathies to family and friends. People of Salisbury, Jabawi, do you know why you're here tonight? Yes. Do you understand the significance of being here tonight? Yes. People of Salisbury, we are a resilient people. And the farmers of Salisbury understand what it is to be resilient. They know the trees and the grass that give them problems on their farms. More they give them Gramazone or Roundup, more they come back, like the Zebgua and the others. And brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, 2 years ago in this very spot, we were bombarded with tear gas, rubber bullets, and live rounds of ammunition. Because the people of Salisbury wanted to have an interaction with the government. Was that asking too much, brothers and sisters? Your government is supposed to provide for you. And you, brothers and sisters, what transpired 2 years ago, we must speak about it. Brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, we have worked hard. Salisbury is one of the last communities in Dominica to have fresh houses. Salisbury was one of the communities in Dominica to have estates surrounding the communities. But our parents, our grandparents showed us what is hard work. They would leave the heart of Salisbury and walk up miles to Plenty Walk and Macatwain and Cahome and Hoja and Mon to farm, to feed their children. And Guamon, a few of them would make 2 or 3 trips to the bayside and then catch a boat to go to town to sell their produce. That's what Jabawi did. But over the years, they used pickaxe and whatever they could to make their roads to reach in more in that area they call Pont. And brothers and sisters, they continue to develop and grow and provide for them for their families. Then in the 60s, we hear about Libla, we hear about the Freedom Party making roads, and farmers began to expand and to produce and to produce. But significantly, the people of Salisbury purchased all the estates around them. Hard-working people. They purchased the Salisbury estate, the Grand Savannah estate owned by the Shillingfords, the Washdown estate known as Laho, and they bought all the land right into Cahome. They didn't have enough land for the people of Salisbury. They went to Layu Park and Asphalt Syndicate because of their hard work, brothers and sisters. But over the years, brothers and sisters, the people of Salisbury had access to their farms. You would take a motor car and drive up to Petit Makushwi and go through Cahome and get back out in Cuba Road. But brothers and sisters, what we see happen to the people of Salisbury is a complete turnaround by this present administration. Totally disrespected and forget the people of Salisbury and their contribution towards national development. But when we got up, when the people of Salisbury saw it was too much, we exhausted every avenue trying to get this government to address our roads. We went to Tongue. They said we brought black sticker to Roseau. They make jokes. They make fun of us. They laughed at us in Roseau. The people of Salisbury demanded better. That was on the 23rd of October 2013. We wrote to the government. We went to them. But on that day, brothers and sisters, 2 years ago, May 11th, we came down here and asked to see the government. We asked for a minister. We asked for PS. We asked for anybody from the government to just at least visit the farmers. But what we got, brothers and sisters in Salisbury, what they did to us, we got tear gas. We get live rounds of ammunition. They try to brutalize the people of Salisbury, but we are resilient. We are hardworking. And brothers and sisters, today is significant in the history of Salisbury and the history of Dominica. No one can fault us for being here today. Today, we can bring back what transpired ago, what happened to our elderly at their homes. You heard this son-in-law of Malino. And by the way, we must pray for Malino. John, she's in Guadeloupe. And she's not doing too well, so we just want you to pray for her, for her family. But Malino and the others, Massi has gone, and Maclay, they were at their homes and they were bombarded with tear gas. Brothers and sisters, and no one in the government saw it fit to come to Salisbury and to sympathize with the people of Salisbury. The home of my Idris Joseph on June 11 was peppered with live round of ammunition, about 13 to 17 bullets in a house. The murder of a police officer who has been serving the state for more than 25 years. Magwesa. That is what we went through as a community. And that is why we are here tonight, brothers and sisters in Salisbury, Dominicans, at home and abroad. But we say, we are thankful that there was no life, loss of life. Brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, tonight, I'm emotional, but I am trying to be sober. Because things I saw, things I experienced here in La Vigie, I thought I was in Baghdad. I thought I was in Syria. The police officers were brothers and sisters, forgot about protect and serve, but was about brotherly for one man. And as we forward, we want to call on this government to further show respect to the people of Salisbury. Sometime last week Tuesday, after the Prime Minister said and open dialogue. It shows that the people of Salisbury are still mature and respect the government rule. But the government is not showing any respect to the people of Salisbury. 2 years later, we are still fighting for a road. Next month, we'll give it a year since the contract was signed. No, this month is going to be a year since the contract was signed for the repairs of the farm access roads. And only last week, they started pouring concrete. How do you expect our farmers to produce? How do you expect the economy of Dominica to move in the right direction when you further try to oppress the people of Salisbury? The people of Salisbury are resilient. We will bounce back. We will work hard. We don't want handouts. We just want you to make sure that you contribute or do what you have to do for the people of Salisbury. We pay our taxes. We contribute to national development and advancement. People of Salisbury, brothers and sisters, something significant happened in 2015 as well. They carried about 42 of us before the court. 52 of us before the court. And on the final day of court, the third set had to go to court. It was on the 27th of August 2015. And we, people of Salisbury, only blocked the road to get the government attention, you know. But on that day, when the people of Salisbury had to go to court, the Most High opened his eyes on Dominica. God Almighty blocked all over Dominica. He took roads, he took lives, he took villages. But the government wanted to take a community. And during, brothers and sisters, when we met with the government last week, a member from the community told the Prime Minister he has to either discontinue the court matter or pay our legal fees. And he told the farmer, you're talking bullshit. That is, but some people want to told us that we should demand an apology. No. The Prime Minister knows what he was saying, and he knows that he continues to disrespect the people. But the people of Salisbury show that we are mature, and we are ready for dialogue. But we will not be pushed over. Brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, tonight is significant, as I said earlier on. And I want our brothers and sisters out of Salisbury to understand something. Begin to understand why the community of Salisbury behave in that manner. With all the CBI money that you all are getting, we have no problem with that. What we only asking is for fair share to work and to provide for families. Is that asking too much? People of Dominica, would you like your pal rep or your government to forget that you're existing? You're paying your bills, you send your children to school, you're law-abiding, and they're disrespecting you. Would you like that? People of Dominica, when the government go around spreading all that money, CBI money, and in 2015, the people of Coolibri Street got affected by Tropical Storm Erica, and you have not seen it fit to go to see the people of Coolibri Street. Do you find that fair? People of Dominica, when you see the government going around, spending money, saying how many millions they're living in different communities after the town hall meetings, and the people of Salisbury do not have a water intake. Do you see that as being fear? People of Dominica. That is how we have been treated. Not even like a stepchild. We are being treated like we do not exist. But we continue to rise. No matter how you try to keep us down, we will rise. No matter how you try to destroy us, we will rise. No matter how you try to destroy our families, we will rise. People of Dominica, with all what you're hearing about us in Salisbury, we love each other. We love Dominicans. But one thing we do not want, one thing we do not like is when people disrespect the community of Salisbury. And no time you disrespect one person from Salisbury, you disrespect everybody in Salisbury. No time you touch one person in Salisbury, you touch all in Salisbury. And I am making it, sending a message to the government. The people of Salisbury will not only ask for better, but from now on, we're going to demand better. The people of Salisbury are paying their bills, making their contribution to the national economy. We deserve piece of the cake, and we are going to demand piece of the cake. I am going to make it clear tonight as well. From now on, brothers and sisters, people of Dominica, you're going to hear less of me and hear more about me. I am done with the talking. I am done with the talking. I'm going to repeat it, you know. You are going to hear less from me, and you're going to hear more about me. Because it is taking it too far. That is taking it too far. I have the support of my constituency, and they know I am going to lead them right. I have never let you down, and I will not let you down. And that is why tonight is significant, because we stood up for what we believe in. If you stand for nothing, you will fall for anything. And that is why they cannot push us around. They cannot disrespect us. But I am saying no, loud and clear. You'll be hearing less from me and hearing more about me. Brothers and sisters, we have more speakers around that are going to contribute to tonight. I just wanted to set the pace so people understand how important it is, why we are here. We're going to open the mic for a few speakers, and then the other speakers will come to contribute. So, while I speak or say a few things, if you want to say something in the mic, feel free to come and say something about your experience, in this area. Your experience on May 11th and June 11, 2015. Brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, those of you coming, join us here. We have enough to eat and drink, and as we continue to remember this day.
Yes, I. One time. Yes, I.
Yes. Yes. We have yes. Yes. Brothers and sisters. Okay. Yes, as we were saying, we warming it up, and a few. There are some people. You're afraid of Mike Mandilsi. All right, Morrison from Kulibi Street, big up, welcome. Yeah, we're there. And that's why it's important we are here, brothers and sisters. Tonight, again, brothers and sisters, as we warm up, remember when you were there and we blocked the road, everybody stood up there nice and quiet and asking for the minister, John, right, as you said that, John come to Salisbury to that meeting, and the Prime Minister don't let John hold the mic, because the farmers were too aggressive in asking them, not disrespectful, but aggressive in asking the question. And then I thought John would have said something to the farmers of Salisbury and encourage them. I mean, John not holding an easy ministry, John holding a heavy ministry. And John refused to, they didn't let John hold the mic. But I was saying, when we were there, nobody from Salisbury made trouble, Nothing happened. You remember what happened? They came and they hold the parrot by his neck. And the police officer tell me, I will not say the word that he used on the radio. To give him room, and he just pushed me on the side, and that's where some of the problems started. Because, but see, I think what we said there, till the afternoon waiting. And I remember senior police officer standing there in his gabardine, speaking to some other police officers. And he told them, we are there to protect and serve. And we are not going to trouble anybody. You know what transpired? The police officer, the senior police officer told them to call the government officials and whatnot. We are there to protect and serve. They didn't listen to him and he left. And that is where the trouble started. So, brothers and sisters, that's where the police officers have to respect the citizens. We are not against the police, and everybody knows that. We are a law-abiding community. Jabawi love it. Jabawi love to respect the people. But when you come to Salisbury, you have to respect the people as well. The police officers, they know themselves, who wanted to brutalize the Brussels, they called their name on several occasions on the radio. They know themselves. They were not doing the job of the people. They were doing the job of one man. Brothers and sisters, that is why it is important that we let the police know we are not disrespectful, we are not against them, we don't hate them, but they have to respect the community of Salisbury. They are welcome anytime. They come to our village, we have no problem with them. But all we are asking for is respect from them. Yes, we have Mitcham. Bishop, one hold the mic. Yes. Yes.
God, in a big side here. I don't have a man someday. Politicians have a sponsor pride. Too many who they got in the street country. Too many countries you don't mind. Oh, that's up to them. Oh, the rest of them. We got to do what the party. It's a sense of we put the districts on them, we jump the districts on them, we get the things again. Shut them who they can to see, what we don't come and hang out with you. All the districts on them, jump the districts on them, I can say it for them, I'm just a bigger red man. All the districts on them, jump the districts on them, all the districts on them, jump the districts on them. I'm gonna call them one, one time I try, I can hit another, but I can't buy it.
Yes, yes. All the boxing on dice? All the enjoying dice? But that's why we are there. We remembering everything that happened. And during that time, how do you know why they do that to us? Because we are voting the United Workers' Party. Simply. No other reason. And we are not for sale. CBI, YII, any one of them, we are not for sale. And tonight, brothers and sisters, one of my colleagues that was with me in the struggles, I've been with me in the struggles, we got into politics together. And when that happened in 2015, he was there very early because he's the neighbor, he considers himself a Shabawi. And we would like to welcome him to share a few words of solidarity to the people of Salisbury. Put your hands together and welcome the Honorable Ezekiel Basil from the Wesley constituency.
Shabawi, how are you so far now? How are you so far? Come on, man, let's talk. We together. Shabawi, Salisbury. Good night to you all. But you know, I part of Salisbury, and I all of Wesley, Woodford and Palm Tree. But I listened to Honorable John as I was getting here, and he was relating Salisbury to estates, and he was saying that the people who worked on the estate and the people who comes from the estate are resilient people. In Wesley, we have the Mendenhall estate, we have the Londonderry estate, we have the Geese estate, we have the Ely estate, and that's why we can twin Wesley, Woodford and Palm Tree with Salisbury, because we are hard-working people, brothers and sisters. And from the estate, we have no face, we do what we have to do. By the way, they say they're coming for the free. Tell them come now. Tell them come. But that is the least of my problem. Brothers and sisters, the people of Wesley, Woodford and Palm Tree stand in strong solidarity with the people of Salisbury. Because I will tell you something. The same reason they did what they did to you is the same reason that they're victimizing and oppressing the people of Wesley, Woodfordville, and Pantry. And as a result, we should train the communities. Let's train the communities. When something happens to Salisbury, let it happen to Wesley, Woodfordville, and Pantry. And when it happens to Wesley, Woodfordville, and Pantry, let it happen to Salisbury. We came from the estate, and we will fight them. We will fight them no matter what. Now, you know this silly thing. Everybody that want the government to stay in office say to us, leave politics out of it. Let me tell you something. It is really hard politics that have you all here tonight. Nothing more than that. It is hard politics why the government of the Commonwealth of Dominica decided that they would not repair roads. It is hard politics, brothers and sisters, why they decide you should not eat. And it is hard politics why they decide that they will not secure market for your agricultural produce. It's hard politics. And this nonsense that you're hearing, let's leave politics out. Ezekiel Barton is not leaving politics out. He's bringing politics in it because it's real politics that have us where we are today. Let's not be hypocrites. Why is they saying, let's leave politics out, see what's happening? They say, no longer they turn the other cheeks, blows on us. Huh? So they're not telling the cheek, but we must turn the cheek. We are not telling the cheek today, brothers and sisters. No, we are not going to do it. They say, a toe for a toe, I say eye for an eye. We are going to go all out. Because let me say something to this Labour Party government. Let me make it very clear. They're looking for 3. We are looking for 6. We are looking for 6. And we will add 6 to the 6 that we have. And I can tell them we will have 12 and they'll be out of government. They're looking for 3. We are looking for 6. And we will leave no stone unturned. We will leave, they think we're going to back up. We will leave no stone unturned. The pressure just started and the pressure is coming. The pressure is coming, brothers and sisters, because we are not going to leave the Commonwealth of Dominica under the hands of this Labour Party anymore. We are not going to allow it, brothers and sisters. And I'll tell you something. You remember what happened to you 2 years back? Brothers and sisters, it was war. But I want to tell you, it was not war from the police. It was war from the Dominica Labour Party because they selected a group to come here and destroy you. That's what they did. They selected a group to come here and destroy you. So it wasn't the police. As a matter of fact, the police under pressure just like the people from Salisbury. The police is frustrated just like the people of Salisbury. And as a result, I call on the police officers tonight to stand up against this Labour Party government that's oppressing them. I call on the police, brothers and sisters, and all of the police officers that's within my voice, I call on you. The people of Salisbury have nothing against you, the police. The government of Dominica is the one who have an issue with the people of Salisbury. And as a result, the police must join the people of Salisbury because when this government go and the United Workers' Party come into office, will ensure that the life of the police becomes a better thing for them that will work living. Remember, we said we'll make Dominica a better place to live. It will be a better place to live for the police too. The police will be able to sit with the United Workers' Party and work a package that is fair and just to all of them. We must protect our police. We must look out for police. The police is the one that is keeping us safe, brothers and sisters. And the idea that any government, labor workers of freedom, should use the police against the people is wrong. It is wrong. And I would not be part of any government that would use the police against the people of the Commonwealth of Dominica. So I say to the officers, you have a person in Ezekiel Basil and Hector Sparks John that will look out for your interests when we get into office, which is soon. But not only that, you know. This government is serious about war against Dominicans. You notice how the government have been treating the public service, and who you dare talk against this government and they crucify you. You see what they're doing to the union leaders? You see what they're doing to the public service? I call on the public servants to stand strong. Stand strong and get rid of this government for once and for all. Otherwise, the public servants will regret. What kind of government would look at a hard-working public service as we have in Dominica and offer them 0% increase? Offer them half of their salary as if it's bakes and akra they're going to buy. What kind of government would do that? And when they finish, they're so wicked, they do not want to give them the 3% or whatever percent in the second year. They give it to them in the last year. So it's not going to accrue any interest or any additional benefits for them. A wicked government that is seeking to destroy the public service. The public service servants should stand against this government and ensure that they make a difference in the political landscape of Dominica and remove this government. Remove the government, brothers and sisters. The government, the other day, attacked the medical services. They said that the doctors were being dishonest. You remember that? So they attacked the medical fraternity now. Doctors, are you going to wait until they tell you how much you should charge for your visits? Are you going to wait until they destroy your profession? Or are you going to stand up? Are you going to stand up now and say that this government must go? I say to you, brothers and sisters of the Council of Dominica, and all within my voice, that the United Workers' Party will do what we have to do to take care of Dominicans. We will certainly, brothers and sisters, sit with the public service, and we will ensure that a proper increase and proper benefits be allowed to the public servants of the Commonwealth of Dominica. It hurts me, brothers and sisters. It is unfair for a nurse to be leaving the hospital at night and to be walking to her home, brothers and sisters. Under the United Workers' Party, this will be something of the past. This will be something of the past. So I call on the nurses, brothers and sisters, to look out for your own interests. I call on the medical services to look out for your own interests. And your own interest now today is to get the United Workers' Party into office so we can work with you and ensure that Dominica becomes a better place to live, a better place to work, and a better place to enjoy life. I'm going to tell you something. Not only that they attacked the medical services, they also attacked the diaspora last week. They attacked the diaspora last week. I am saying that under the United Workers' Party, we will ensure that we have a platform that will accommodate the people of Dominica who are living overseas. It is wrong. It is wrong for you to have Dominicans who are sacrificing overseas, brothers and sisters, and in their sacrifice, we come here and we humiliate them. I say we will work with them. We certainly work with them. And that fella the other day, that fellow was rude enough to call Dominicans jackasses, we will deal with him in due course. We will deal with him in due course. Salim, hold on. Salisbury, solidarity from Western Fertile Palm Tree. I love you.
Thank you for putting us together for the parliamentary representative for Wesley, Woodford and Palm Tree. And he was with us in the struggles, and we can understand his passion. But tonight, brothers and sisters, we have a lot of people in stock for you, know. We have ex-police officers. We have one of the biggest farmers in Salisbury. We have a lot of people lined up for you to come here and speak. So without further ado, we have, look, the leader of the opposition is here with us as well, in solidarity with us. Brothers and sisters, let me welcome to the microphone a hard-working man from Salisbury. The first man to appear, the first man to arrive on the scene after Tropical Storm Erika destroyed the West Coast with his heavy equipment, Mr. Lennery John. We know him very well in Salisbury as Wawa. His house was bombarded with tear gas. A police officer sent a rubber bullet behind him and I on his porch. We also, his mother is in the yard, and her home was bombarded with tear gas. Brothers and sisters, Lennery John may pick up about 50-something canisters of tear gas in his yard alone. And most of them were expired. Put your hands together and welcome to the microphone to share his experience with us. Put your hands together and welcome Mr. Lennery Wawa John.
Yes, good night to everyone. First of all, we want to say thank God to the Almighty for having us here. Because we know, hadn't it been for him, during that demonstration, many of us could have been dead. So tonight, my people, as we are gathered here, I want to take a look back at what happened there for the last protest. And we know exactly what took place. The Salisbury people had a problem with their farm roads. And they approached the government. First of all, they went to Roseau and to inform the government as to what would like to happen in their community. And when they went to Roseau, the government blocked everywhere they passed. Whatever street they passed through Roseau, the government, they blocked it, that they would not pass back. And they went on and they made mockery out of the people of Salisbury. They said that they brought Black Sigatoka into Roseau. So the people of Salisbury had no other choice than to do what they had to do. The people of Salisbury decided that they would block the roads. They would block the roads in order that government would understand what they are saying. And the people of Salisbury blocked the roads, and while the roads were blocked, the authorities came down, the police officers came down, and they asked the Salisbury people, the farmers, to unblock the road. We were in the area and we told them the only way that this road will be unblocked is by sending somebody from the Ministry of Agriculture or even the Prime Minister, somebody to talk to. Just a simple request, and they refused. And the people of Salisbury continued to ask for that. Another thing I want to say, I want to let all the policemen know that we in Salisbury, we have nothing against the police officers. Let them know. We have nothing against them. We are loving people. And Salisbury is a place, any stranger that comes to Salisbury, they are welcome. And Salisbury people will treat you nice. You know? We have nothing against the police officers. But the people in authority, the government, they are the ones that caused that protest to continue. They are the ones that caused all the problem. Because while we were there, we saw the police officers on their phone, especially the inspector, on his phone communicating, getting advice from the ministers of government, from Blackmore, and there was a police officer named Valerie. This guy was really against Salisbury people. Davidson Valerie. And they continued to communicate. There's a time he passed around and I said, sir, are they coming down to meet the Salisbury people? Are they coming to discuss with the Salisbury people? He told me yes. But somehow nobody came. And while we were there, the next thing we saw, that we saw a lot more policemen came, and they had their machine guns and everything. And what really started the trouble is when, while we were standing there, one of the guys came and they jacked the representative, Mr. Sparks John. They threw him down on the ground. Then the Salisbury people said, no, we didn't come here for that. So then the people, then the people started to send one or two little plastic bottles. But that wasn't enough. The policemen came back with a van, tying the things that we had, trying to unblock the road without meeting the needs of the people. And if only they had done what we asked them by meeting the needs of the people, this problem would not have continued. And we see that these guys came and they bombarded the whole area with tear gas. There were young people, their children, grown-ups, elderly people. Some of the people fell on the ground while these guys were just peppering the whole area with tear gas. As Mr. John said, I picked up about 50 canisters of tear gas in my yard. My mother, who's about 84 years old, she was in the house bawling. She fell on the ground. Tear gas all by her washing machine. We have some elderly people further up, Manino, Masilti, McLaren, all these people were in trouble. And today, this is why we are gathered here. My mother, she had 2 operations in her eye because of that tear gas. 2 of them. And the police, the authorities have never found it fit to come to Salisbury and find out what happened to the elderly people and in what way they can assist. We have Ma Idris, who her son is a policeman, and they riddled her house with live ammunition for no reason at all. So you can see these guys, they had a plan for Salisbury people. You know, their plan is to destroy Salisbury people. Once you are not voting them, their decision is to kill you. But brothers and sisters, I cannot understand how our government mean that they should not have an opposition. You know, to me that is strange, because it's very healthy to have an opposition. You know? Right. It's very healthy to have an opposition, and they know without an opposition, they will pass any law they want, and nobody will oppose them. So tonight, my people, I am very happy that we can gather here to remember what happened. And you know, Salisbury people had to stand up, because we have the farms, and we know that is where our parents, this is where our parents farm, grow their plants, their food, maintain us, sell, and send us to school. This is our livelihood. So we couldn't allow one man to take it away from us. You know, it's one man, it's a one-man government. I see we had a dialogue up there with the Prime Minister and his ministers up Goavin. And not one of the ministers that got a chance to talk. This man would not let none of them talk. So, you know, we have a real dictator on our hand. So Salisbury people and Dominicans, I am warning you all. If we only make a mistake and let this government continue, I know that's it for Dominica. So we have to do everything in our power to stop that. Everything. Because these guys, their aim is to run the country as they want, and so that they'll have nobody to answer to. But we cannot allow that. So my people, I want to thank you all for coming. And I am praying that we as a community will stand up. We will stand up for what is right. We will fight whoever is coming to destroy us. And as we know, it's our duty as people to continue to do whatever we can to help our community. My people, I can remember when we were young, growing up, we all had an aim. You know, we would say, boy, we want to build our house. We want to buy a piece of land. But today, when I look at the young people, there's nothing for them. Not one young man you'll hear saying that I want to buy a piece of land, because they cannot. They have no means. No. Not one young woman that will say, I want to build a house. They just have no means at all. So this is why right now we need to stand up and we need to make sure that we get what we deserve. We have our water intake up there. We as a group, we are building an intake below the Wasco intake. And if you go up there, it's a pool of mud that's up there, you know. That is what we're drinking water from. A pool of mud. And whenever the rain falls, and you open your pipes, it's only trash, mud that is coming down. You know? And this government has money doing everything. So why can't they build an intake for Salisbury? So that this is why we need to stand up. And we need to demand from them to build an intake. And if they cannot build it, we need to take a step. Because we can't continue drinking muddy water. So my people, I want to thank everybody, and as we are about to continue, we hope that the other speakers will come and we'll have a very good meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And you heard Wawa, and he spoke about his mom, who lives next door to him, and the amount of take gas she had in her home. We had Maclay, who has passed on, Masilti, who passed on, Mr. Bryson Louis, who is in his 90s as well, who was the former parliament. He's the former parliamentary representative of Salisbury. He was there in the time of Patrick John. You have Machette, who is almost 100, Masila, Wa, and just think of all the others up the road. Sona, Melo, Maidris, all these people who had their homes and they got tear gas. And the government did nothing about it. Brothers and sisters, I want to call to the microphone somebody who has links in Salisbury. He's a former high-rank police officer. He has children in Salisbury. He lived in Salisbury for a long time. We know him as Butcher. Put your hands together and welcome Mr. Gabriel Cheshire to say a few words of solidarity.
Good evening, good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, persons of Salisbury, I'm sure most people are surprised to see me here tonight, but you should not be. As Hector said, I've lived in Salisbury. I know Salisbury people, I know them very well. And throughout my lifetime in Salisbury, I've never known Salisbury people to be a violent people. It was Martin Luther King who said, silence is betrayal, and the time to speak is now. And while you hear my voice for this first time publicly, I want to assure you that I have been speaking. I'm sure if you listen to your radios, when they had the demonstration in Roseau, which the intelligent Punjab PhD doctor said was a coup, I went on the radio before that and I begged my former colleagues and the police officers that when they go out on duty, especially when persons in Dominica are demonstrating and fighting for the rights to exercise constraints. There are things we can do and must do as police officers, but there are also things that we need to take into consideration and we should not do. And they can go and tell Skerrit tonight that Gabriel St. John said so. I am one human being who is not afraid of Gabriel Skerrit. I'm a person who always speaks my mind. I've always spoken my mind in the police force. And what happened that day in Salisbury was a travesty of justice. It should not have happened. From my information, there were some police officers who decided that they were going to teach Salisbury people a lesson. If that is true,
That is wrong, and that's not the purpose that they were sent on duty in Salisbury. I can speak with authority because while I'm not an expert, I've been trained in to manage problems. That's when you're having I was trying to make it easy for you. Solution, okay, conflict solution, okay. So I know when I come on the ground where there's a problem, the first thing you have to do as a police officer is to find out what the problem is, what the people's problem are, and then find the best solution to calm it. And the best way is not to come and just start gassing people. That's the last thing in the world that you have to do. And if you ask me, I've criticized them, and I went on DNO, on my Facebook page, to say that the actions were wrong and should not have happened. Okay? Protest action is lawful. The Constitution of Dominica gives you the right to protest. Civil disobedience is recognized in every corner of the world, including China and Russia, which are communists. What's happening in Venezuela now? They look every day. So even when they tell you you cannot protest, if you have a reason, a dying reason to protest, you can go out and protest. And they always say, it's not what you do, it's how you do it. And what is troubling to me is the arrogance of the Prime Minister and his other ministers of government. And oftentimes these people forget that they are your servants. You are not the servant of any minister of government. And when they come to you and ask you to give them a job by voting for them, and you do so, doesn't matter who votes for them. Okay? When they assume the role of minister of government, and they make promises to the people, their job is to keep those promises. And one of the functions of the police force, and I did it as a policeman, when the people protest, I go on the ground, and all they said they wanted to do was to have a minister of government come to address them. But you say, is that much to ask for? No. But the arrogance of these guys decided to not come in. Instead, they send the police to unleash the violence on people of Salisbury. And I'm saying tonight, that was wrong. The Prime Minister or some minister of government had the right to come down to Salisbury, address the people. And had they done so, there'd be no need for that tear gas and gunfire in Salisbury. But the only blame that I have for Salisbury people, especially for the women singing tonight, let me tell you all, don't underestimate your power. Let me tell you, some people, especially some other people living overseas, want to think that Salisbury is the first village they block roads in Dominica. That's not true. That's not true. And they want to get upset with Salisbury people. They blocked the road in Quilby Street. Reggie Astry came and he spoke to the people who blocked the road. But you know what happened? Hold on. You know what I'm telling you, I was present what happened. You know what happened? That the women of Salisbury and the children took blocks on the road, put in the middle of the road, and they sat on it. Why you do them? You can't go beat women and children. They blocked the road in Kalibishi. They sent a backhoe to unblock the road. Women and children entered in the shovel of the backhoe. Ministers, half of the cabinet came to Kalibishi and addressed them. The Prime Minister was out of the country. They set a mic, and the Prime Minister addressed the people from overseas, and then they unblocked the road. So why does he believe that when Jean-Barry have the problem, he can't come and talk to them? And this is why I find hurtful. And this is why I'm here tonight to tell some people that you have suffered and you are suffering for too long. And I find political mischief for the Prime Minister and other members of government to just totally ignore Soil people because they feel not vote for them. But what I want your Soil people to do, that thing they call excursion. And you all must take excursion once good days. You all don't travel. Dominicans don't travel anywhere. And go to Vickers and watch the streets of Vickers. Every street in Vickers is concrete. And he just recently said in Parliament that he has money to pave the streets of of T1 Vickers. What's Salisbury Road? What is the state of the road? So why the Prime Minister decided he has nothing in Salisbury? The farmers of Salisbury were the most productive farmers in Dominica. Vegetables were in the market. I was forced to go to my commissioner to get him to make that a one-way street in Salisbury because you knew vehicles were packed from Lavage all the way up and they were too late. That's when Salisbury farmers were productive with vegetables. What can we do? Decide that Salisbury people must beg him like the rest of Dominica. So he's ignoring them. And that too, you must send a message to Mr. Skelly and to the rest of Dominica that whenever persons are in power or so-called power, their business is to attend to everybody, not just some people. Not just some people, right? I find in this country, I'll tell you between me, I'm going to say that already. You all must not believe that every time you hear there's a protest, a march, you see policemen with guns up among the place. They don't kill anybody. It's just foolishness. Dominican say afraid police. For what? If you peacefully young, the police can come and shoot you. Where police shoot everybody now because for the protest. That never happened before. Can't happen now. If no, they tell you. Because there are rules that they must follow. And the problem I have is those persons who are not managing the police department. They're the ones who must take responsibility, not the constable with the gun. They don't give him a gun, he can't come there. They must tell him what to do. And that then Salisbury, there was no control whatsoever from those persons in charge of the police force in Dominica. And somebody should have had to answer questions for that. But that's what happens in Dominica now. Sky does what he wants, says what he wants, and nobody holds him responsible. Playing that. We scare it for the back of him. I want you to respect the position he holds with the Prime Minister of Dominica. We don't have to scare it. No. And therefore, when you hear that you're called out to do these things which are right, forget you, dear grown-up ones. Remember your children, children's children. They're the ones that are going to suffer, you know. Because you not do what you are supposed to do. You must make it good for them. Okay? And don't be afraid and be frightened, man. You know what I mean? When you see policemen coming with their guns, be nice to them, talk to them. Okay? But when you have something that you need to stand up for it. Don't let Sparks, Hector, John do everything for you. The most can do the parliament and he can speak, you know. If you don't stand behind him, nothing happens in this country. So I'm not going to take too much time tonight. There's plenty more I'd like to say to you. All I want you to come here to tell you that don't think that when you don't hear some people speak in Dominica, that you don't have support. That's not true. We are plenty of support in Dominica. And those of us who have to speak will speak when you have to speak. And I have been speaking. And they've been hearing me. I won't tell you they've been hearing me. Because they call me a phone to tell me they either read what I write or hear what I say. They can read and write. They can read what they want. And here I say, I'm not afraid to speak in this country. This is my country. I spent 42 years as a policeman. I did what I had to do. I followed every rule and regulation the police force says. On the 26th of March 2012, when I walked out the doors of police headquarters, I am not bound by any statutory rule and regulation. I'll speak my mind. I'll speak of what's going wrong in this country. And I just thank you all for coming here. I want you all to stay strong. Thank you very much.
Yes. This is the Shabawi, right? And a former police officer, 42 years. And I hope the police officers who believe that the government can, the Prime Minister can tell them what to do and when to do it. Listen to the experienced, retired police officer. Put your hands together once again for Mr. Butcher Gabriel Caesar. Yeah, that was my classmate. We went to Taiwan together in 1999. So, Butcher is a very good friend of mine. Brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, I'm hearing that you are trying to find out who had the Prime Minister so on edge and he had to say, you're talking bullshit. Lastly. So those of you who don't know the person, put your hands together and welcome a farmer, a man from this area, a man who is not afraid to speak his mind. Approach Chabawi. Put your hands together and welcome Mr. Derek Thomas Louis.
Chabawi, are you here? Tonight we must take a little minute and really reflect back to what we were visited with on May 11th, 2014, 15, sorry. It was terrible. And presently I'm still feeling it. The reason why is because we had experience of people or communities that were dissatisfied and wanted redress for their problems. And they stood up. They protested. And what we saw, this present administration, they went to them with their official and spoke to them and promised to meet their demands. In Salisbury, we had our demands too. Representation was made by our power rep time and time again. And no attention was paid to Salisbury. Because it is perceived that Salisbury does not support this administration. We went up to Roseau. We were scorned. We were laughed at and said we brought Black Sigatoka to Roseau. The problem is 15 years we never got attention with our farm roads. And it became there became a time when we could not access our farm anymore. And the government refused to hear our cry, our plight, and to help us fix our feeder road. We are paying our taxes like everybody else in Dominica. We have villages like Layu and Kulibistri and Koliho who protested. The government came and they brought calm. That problem did not escalate. And here in Salisbury, the Prime Minister himself came, drove the road, and saw the state. And he said, it is impassable. And yet, he was not willing, or he did not want to help the people of Salisbury. And when we stood up and protested and asked to see our official, we asked for the Prime Minister, the Minister of Agriculture, or any technical person to come and just tell us when they're going to assist us and fix our road. What happened to us? Scare it, I'm not going to say the police force because it was not the police force. It was the military wing of the Labour Party government. Just like the Mongoose gang in Guyana. In Grenada, sorry. Or the Tortu Makut in Haiti. That's the people, because they are credible policemen in the police force. And we know them. And we're not going to attach that to the police force, but the military wing of the Labour Party posing as police. And gathering here, we were only asking that the Prime Minister come and tell us, or the Minister of Agriculture, what they're going to do. Any official. But when the gang came down on us, with venom, with aggression, because as the police reached here, the first thing they did, they never spoke to us. They tried to take off the blockage. And we saw police manhandle our parrot in our face. And all members of the community, the people of Salisbury did not attack the police. We told the police we have no quarrel with you. We only want to hear from our Prime Minister or the Minister of Agriculture or any official. And we keep saying that for the whole day. And what they did, they manhandled our people right in our presence. We had no choice. I want to say to the people of Salisbury, I'm proud of you all. What struck me is, even the 10-year-old, the police or the military wing of Scary Gang, they radicalize our young people, and we are still concerned with it. We need help for them. Because we don't want them to be arbitrary in the community. We never wanted any violence. We only wanted to speak. We wanted to be able to access our farm, to feed our family, to feed ourselves, to take care of our business. We are not beggars. And we want to send out that message to the Roosevelt Skerrit administration. You are not going to squeeze us in your mall. We won't bow down. When the need comes for us to stand up, we did it. We will do it again. We will do it. And I'm saying, there are so many things in our way. As people of Salisbury, we cannot make progress because this government is oppressing us. They're oppressing us. They know the people of Salisbury are independent. They want to take away our independence. They want to make us beggars. We don't want to be beggars. We want to be a free person or people in our country, in our community. We want to help ourselves and our family. And I'm saying to you people of Salisbury, there will be call. Because this evil, crooked, corrupt, wicked regime, all they're interested in is to stay in power and to oppress. And we Salisbury people will get the worst of it because they won't have our loyalty and therefore they will persecute us. And what we need you to do, whenever it is called by the opposition to protest, to demand from our government. Don't hide yourself. Don't hide. Let us go out in crowd, in number, to show that this satisfied with this regime, to show that we need change of regime. We need electoral reform. We must. If we don't have it, we will be under bondage for how long we don't know. We need to remember what visited us. You know, I described that. Most of you may not know it. Okay. I described this regime as a venomous snake. In West Africa, they call the black mamba. So why? On a venomous snake, they wait until their victim or their prey come at striking range to strike. But the black mamba, it is so aggressive that it will follow you. And it is so quick, so it moves so smoothly, you just can't escape. But most of all, it is venomous, it is dangerous. And that is the Roosevelt Skerrit-led administration. That's how I describe them. I watched him in his face. We had a meeting, and I told him, you are the one that caused whatever to take place here in Salisbury. We had no bad intention, but you refused to hear us. That's why it happened. And now the state have dragged the people of Salisbury before the court. I asked him to remove the case and pay our lawyer's fee. And he said he can't do it. He's not a lawyer, he's not a judge. I told him, yes, sir, you can. And I had no time to point out the example where he can. He tell me, you're speaking bullshit. But there was a case in the court. $5,000 salary, $1 million asset. And this case pulled out from the court. Who did it? Was it not he? He did it. And he has the power to do it for us in Salisbury. He's a frightened fellow. He is a scared little boy. He's a coward little boy. Whenever, if it's not my way, it's the highway, while we are in a democracy, this is a frightened man. Give us electoral reform if you are brave, and you'll see. People of Salisbury, stand firm, stand strong. Don't give up. We can work together. We can do things together. We did it, and we can do it again. Thank you very much.
Whoa, whoa. You understand the fire behind this man? Put your hands together once again for Derek. Let me recognize in the house, we have the President of the United Workers' Party here before us, Mr. Ronald Charles. Mr. Ronald Charles is in the house. We have our good friend and his crew always coming from the Sufuye constituency. Mr. Higgs Adams is in the house. Thank you for showing up. Lambi, everybody know Lambi on the radio program every Thursday. He's here with us as well. But tonight is about Salisbury. We have members of the Salisbury Six. Remember the Salisbury Six that they pick up on June 11th? That sparked the second riot, the second protest. You had Alex Howe, Keith Bugunu, Gilbert Frederick, Hillary Reed John, Christine Yusef. That was the only woman. I'm missing somebody else. One person. Let Reed want to say something before we call in speaker. Somebody I want you all to listen to. But my brother, when the police pick him up, they say, oh, you are Sparks' brother. and they were happy to pick him up the morning, but they didn't know what it had been him. Put your hands together and welcome my brother, Hilary Region.
Yeah, great things, Jabari, great things. Yeah, that was a great experience that day, yeah. Yeah, man, that was the fastest ride. Yeah, really. Yeah. Yeah, man. I think we passed from Marigot, and I think we reached Town about 15 minutes. I mean, it will take less time than that. Real. But anyway, I did a little survey recently, and I want the government to know that. Well, we have over 40-something farmers from 25 to 30, and from 30 to 40, we have about 60 farmers. And I want him to know from 40 to upwards is the other farmers. We want him to know that. Right. One of them days, they was going on with the cement they built up in the road. So I tell my fellas, no, that's not going to happen. We want to see what's going on. Yeah. I want the government to know we're watching them. They do not like a thing in Salisbury, we're watching them. And they have to finish the road in Salisbury. They have to finish the road in Salisbury. And if they don't finish the road in Salisbury, we're parking on that highway. We're parking on that highway there, from end to end in Salisbury. And make sure that road there, set up. Yeah. Since after Erica, my brothers, I never go up in Zion. I have my Zion Timakushri. River take my breeze, I can't go to Timakushri since after Erica. Well, I've been scratching in a little construction, doing a little thing, putting myself together. But my brothers, we need to do something and mark the government, make them know we're watching them. We're watching them close. We want our road to finish, and it has to finish. Or if it's not that, yeah, we'll take our stance. We'll take our stance again. Yeah, so it's Barry people, hold strong, and we're there. We're there, hold tight. All right, strong.
Blessed. This is my brother. As I said, when they picked him up the morning, they snatched him away from his home. The police officers, one of the police officers, they were happy. His Sparks brother, they were shaking their head. Yeah, they believe it was. They thought they had an easy ride. Oh yeah, my focus was Vanti Vidal. Yes, they picked up Vanti. So it's Vanti Vidal, Keith Bugunu, Alex Howe, Gilbert Frederick, Hilary Region, and Christine Yusef, the only woman, the Salisbury 6. Brothers and sisters, one of the biggest farmers in Dominica, proud farmer, a man who has worked with the government and left the public service and went into farming full time. He is from a generation of farmers. We all know his sons, they're into farming. He is proud about what he's doing. He's proud of feeding Dominicans and even the region for years. He is an example of a bona fide farmer, not only in Dominica, but in the Caribbean. He is proud, and I would say not boastful, but confident in what he's doing. And he speaks of his road with pride and maintaining his road. But the government road is a problem for him to access his farm. Brothers and sisters, I am honored to welcome to the microphone Mr. Cuthbert Vidal.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Tonight I am pleased to stand in solidarity with this event. Everybody knows and remember 2 years ago what we went through right here in Laviji.
so I'm not going to dwell on this. One thing we have to understand is our way of life was changed, it was interrupted, and it was disrupted. All Dominicans know, and probably the world know, that Salisbury depends heavily on agriculture. And we were here asking for our farm road to be repaired. But like I said, I'm not going to dwell on this. I would rather spend the time on some of the belief and some of the observation that I have. We all know that big is big. We're not going to question that. Once you're big, you're big. And once you're small, then you do have limitations. But at the same time, we were taught our weaknesses can be transferred into our strength. We all know that. And I am saying that because, in my humble opinion, a country like Dominica, with 70,000 people about, 300 square miles, there is no way we should not be self-sufficient in terms of feeding our people. I firmly believe that, and I know it's possible, but then we have to decide to go at it. The other question I would like to look at is that the question I've heard is, if not CBI, is what? Again, ladies and gentlemen, I am appalled. I believe Dominica has a very, very strong history when it comes to food production in all ways and means. I would like to concentrate on a few of them. I do not know if we have enough time, but I will try to spend some time on it. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that many developed countries depend on agriculture as their main source of income. We know that all over the world. We know that many or most developing countries depend on agriculture to boost their economy. And for instance, in Africa, Africa is a continent, and there are more people who are employed by agriculture and in agriculture than all the other services put together. Can you believe that? And here it is, we are saying that if not CBI is what? Ladies and gentlemen, I am one person, I believe that the cost of staple food in Dominica is high. It's too high. It's costly. And because of that, the choice of food that our people are forced to eat is not the best. And as a result, it affects our health. Simple like that. If you don't eat right, because you are what you eat. So, as I said, I'm going to try to spell out a few things where agriculture is concerned. Time may be a limit, so I may have to rush a little. Okay. As we said, agriculture is the mainstay of many, many countries. But if we have to talk about agriculture, one of the first things we have to look at, let's look at Dominica quickly. Dominica has fertile soil. It has water. Climate, nice, beautiful climate. The weather is good year-round. And we have hard-working people when it comes to production. We know energy is a main force. Energy, without energy, we cannot do anything. But look, we have clean energy all around us. We have hydro energy, we're not tapping it. We have wind energy, we're not tapping it. We have solar energy, we're not tapping it. And even when in livestock, we have what you call biogas, which is also a good form of energy. So when it comes to energy, We are not doing nothing about it. And I am saying this is a big cost in our development. Right. When it comes to production of staple food, I am not going to dwell on that. Staple food is the everyday food that we use. Everyday food. I'm not going to do it. I believe we can handle that easily. What I'm going to try to do this evening is to look at the other high-priced crops. The high-priced crops. The crops that can bring big income quickly to everybody. And remember, when we're talking about the economy, we are talking about everybody. Because that is why we have so much problems in Dominica today. Because the economy is not moving. It is too low. So therefore, we need to boost our economy. Now, where do we start? I am not going to say it in order of where we should start. But let us look at the bees. I know everybody knows about bees. That little insect they call bees, it can teach us a lot of things. The way they are organized, the way they cooperate, the way they work, the way they live. That is one way of thing. So I am saying that we need to boost our bee production. At one time we had a functional bee cooperative. I do not know what's happening. I'm not hearing much about it. But honey is very important. Wax is very important. And if we're talking about agriculture, then it is even more important to have the bees to pollinate our crops. So therefore, ladies and gentlemen, that thing we call banana, I am not discarding banana at all. I am putting banana on the top list. One reason is because it has what you call a lot of food. And the other reason is because we have lots of experience in growing bananas. Imagine a few years ago we were dung. The government came and then gave out a few plants. In less than no time, what happened? No, before Black Sea Toka, we had a boost in production. So I am not going to talk about it. Listen, I'm not saying it's not important, you know. What I'm saying, it do have its place in our agriculture. It's a major food supply, and therefore, I think we can think. Citrus, the same thing. I'm not going to dwell on citrus, because we all know that citrus itself is a big time in our agriculture. What I would like to do now is to go down the line and then to look at cocoa. Our cocoa is considered among the best in the world. And our cocoa in the world is used as premium. Africa produces a lot of cocoa, but our cocoa, because of the nature of the cocoa, it is used to blend the other cocoa. And yet still we're not producing cocoa. Why? Why? We can produce cocoa. Coffee, I've often heard we have the best coffee in the world. And I do believe that we do have the best coffee in the world. Jamaica have found ways and means of making their coffee big time, their Blue Mountain coffee. As a matter of fact, coffee is being sold as much as $60 a pound. Huh? So why is it that we do not produce more coffee? Coffee is not difficult to grow, and we have grown coffee in the past. Dominica used to be a big producer of coffee. Huh? So why are we not producing more? Huh? We have coconuts. It is true that coconuts are being affected by mites today. But again, it's because of our carelessness. I'm not going to dwell on that. I heard the people who are producing the virgin oil on the north, they said they can't get enough raw material. That means not enough coconuts. Mark Gwesa, let me tell you something. Coconut water by itself is not just a refreshing drink, you know. It is a healthy food. Huh? Both the Americans and the Japanese used coconut water as IV fluid during the Second World War. Huh? Why is it we can't produce coconut, more coconuts? Huh? Coconut oil today is high price. We're talking about high price business. Why is it we cannot produce more coconuts? The people who say it cannot be done, tell them no. Cuthbert said it can be done. 2 weeks ago, Cuthbert had 400 jelly coconuts on his truck in the market. So it can be done. A thing they call castor oil. I've never heard somebody say they're going to plant some castor around the place. I've never heard that. Masila, tell us, what happened to castor? It grows all about the place. It grows all about the place and it is high price. Why can't we develop some castor farms? High price. Huh? Look at the price of castor oil. We have the essential oils. Bay oil. We have patchouli, lemon oils. Every day we're talking about it, but we're not doing anything about it. And again, it is high-priced. High-priced oils. We know how valuable it is, and we should be doing more about it. We have herbs and spices. At one time, Dominica used to be a big producer of herbs and spices. Today, when we talk about herbs and spices, we are not referring to Dominica anymore. We need to get back to our production levels as far as herbs and spices are concerned. We need to be able to do that. Nutmeg is another important crop. Our valleys, we got lots of valleys, very good alluvial soil. And this, we believe, we can grow a lot of nutmeg. Again, it is high priced. Cashew nut. Ask any young man in Salisbury. Cashew is volunteering all over the world, all Ban, all Savannah. And if they can volunteer to grow, why can't we produce cashew in a big way? Ladies and gentlemen, why are we not growing cashew? Grow cashew. So what's up? I'm sure some of you must have heard that soursop is a very important crop when it comes to medical purposes in the cure of cancer. Whether it is true, whether it's not true, but again, it is an important crop with us. We do have many crops around here that grows voluntarily. And as school children, we used to eat a lot of these crops. At Kashima, you just name it, over 50 of them, Balata, we used to eat a lot of those things. And then we were healthy, strong children going to school. We did not know their values, but our bodies recognized the values of those things. Yes, they were very important to us. If we are talking about a production line, then we have to develop a good agro-processing system. Agro-processing takes care of the abundance of crops. When there is plenty, you can send some, like mangoes, guavas, you name it. Whenever it is plentiful, then we can get it to the market. When there are those that are selected and they cannot reach certain market, they are taken to the factories and so on. So again, it is very important. Ladies and gentlemen, a livestock system is very important to us because we believe in protein. A few years ago, or many years ago, most of the eggs consumed in Dominica was imported from Barbados. I do not know if all you remember that. They said we couldn't produce eggs in Dominica. And eggs became what you call a everyday thing for us today, even surplus. So if we can do it in eggs, we can do it in others. Even the poultry meat, the broilers we're talking about, it can be done, you know. But let us look at small ruminants. Small ruminants, I'm talking about rabbits, about sheep, about goats as far as protein is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, days gone by when you needed some meat, fresh meat, you could just ask, where can I get a goat? Where can I get a sheep? And the answer was ready. Today it's not so. So I think we can get back to that. And it has been done, it can be done again. Pork production, pork production. Pork production is pigs. I worked with pigs a lot in my life. And I can tell you, a pig can put on at least 1 pound of flesh by the time it is 5 months old. It can put on a pound a day. By the time it is 5 months old, it should be about 150 pounds if fed properly. So a lot of the crops and residues that we're talking about can be fed to pigs, and we can produce pork in this country. I'm sure we can produce and be self-sufficient in pork in this country. Let us not put milk aside. I think we can produce milk as well. Again, I'll go back to the Grand Bay people. The Grand Bay people used to carry milk from Grand Bay, walking from Grand Bay to Roseau at one time. That means to say it was worth doing. And I believe it still can be done. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let us look at fishing. Fishing, we have not tapped our fishing industry at all. And it is time that we start getting into proper equipment, proper boats to go out. You go out 2 hours to go out, 2 hours to come. That's a waste of time. Every other weekend you have to be looking for 2 fishermen who are lost. Let us get proper vessels, comfortable, where the fishermen can spend at least a week out at sea. Yes, we need to be able to do it. And Dominica has so many fishing banks, I was told. Let us explore them. Prawns, ladies and gentlemen, a little, how you call it, like aquibish. Those who do not know prawns. But it is raised in fresh water. And Dominica has so many rivers. Why is it that we cannot grow prawns? Prawns is being sold like, what? Maybe $15 a pound. Big price. And we got fresh water. So therefore, I think we can do prawns. Not long ago, a few weeks ago, I was able to view a documentary on sugar, brown sugar production. A 5-minute, only 5-minute production. And then brown sugar was right in. And the system that was used is no different from what we use in Dominica. The same system that we knew before is the same system. I am saying we can do the same thing, just modify it, and we can make our own brown sugar in Dominica. Ladies and gentlemen, with all that said, I need us to be aware that climate change is real. And whatever we do, we have to prepare ourselves for all these changes. I thank you for listening, and I wish I could have explained a little more. Thank you very much. Right.
Put your hands together for Mr. Corbett Vidal. And that is Mr. Vidal, a wealth of knowledge. And I hope the government, the Ministry of Agriculture in particular, take note from Mr. Vidal's presentation. And that presentation is free. They can call Q95 and ask for a copy of the recording and take notes from Mr. Vidal. Sound advice, sound recommendations for growth in agriculture in Dominica. Put your hands together once again for Mr. Vidal. I would like to also recognize who is there first as well, Mr. Nicholas George, former Superintendent of Police and present PRO of the United Workers' Party. Thank you for gracing us with your presence. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 communities or 2 constituencies in Dominica that have voted the United Workers' Party from 1990. These two communities are twins. They join Mondablote on either end of Mondablote. So you can leave Salisbury and go into the Heights and go across Plenty Walk and all the others and go into Marigot. I remember ago that my uncle, Finos Barry, granduncle, who died some years ago, that they went hunting in the Heights of Salisbury. And they lose their way and they ended up in a man's garden in Marigot. A man named, his last name was Abraham, and they spend the night in Marigot. So I have to show you how close Salisbury and Marigot is. Also, when the Kalinagos would come to the west coast to sell their boats, they would go up through the Heights of Salisbury, end up into Marigot, and they're in Kalinago territory. Brothers and sisters, you know where I'm leading. The parliamentary representative from Marigot was here with us when we had our ordeal in 2015, May 11 and June 11th. He has been very supportive of the Salisbury people, and he understands our plight because Marigot is going through the same thing. Brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, people at home and abroad, let me take the opportunity to also big up Charlene Williams and Andy and the others in Texas listening right now, and everybody has to WhatsApp me. My phone is going busy. I know you're enjoying what is happening in Salisbury because it's something positive. The message is on point, and the ambience on the bus stop, you can get your barbecue chicken right away, and everything else, the bikes right, they give support to them, the young people of Salisbury who are trying to raise some funds for some activities in the community. Brothers and sisters, people of Salisbury, Dominicans at home and abroad, put your hands together for the parliamentary representative of Marigot, the leader of the United Workers' Party, and the leader of the parliamentary opposition, Mr. Honorable Lennox Linton.
Bonsoir, Bowie. Good night, Dominica. The Honorable Hector John, God bless you all the time. And Cuthbert Vidal. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you very much for that brilliant expose on agriculture in Dominica. You couldn't hear it anywhere else. You have been to numerous, you have heard of numerous town hall meetings of a sitting government that has been in office for 17 years, going all around Dominica, all sorts of coverage. You have never heard in any one of those town hall meetings anything approaching the sort of brilliance that we heard from Cuthbert Vidal tonight on agriculture and the future of agriculture. And the reason he's doing it from this platform is because that's exactly the road we will travel when we get into government. And if you read our manifesto from 2014, you will see how well it connects with what Cuthbert Vidal presented here tonight. That is why we're so happy to be here on the second occasion, on the second anniversary of the disturbances created by the authorities in Salisbury, when the Salisbury people were once again pointing the way forward for Dominica. We are an agricultural community, and we will become the best place to live, the best place to work, and the best place to enjoy life in the whole world if we recognize the importance of agriculture to, first of all, feeding ourselves to health and wellness, and then helping the rest of the world to feed itself
to health and wellness. And the reason I'm so happy for the presentation of Cuthbert Vidal tonight is because it connects us to the agriculture that we have to be committed to in order to achieve our health and wellness. So we eat what we grow. Our medicine becomes our food becomes our medicine, and we take that offshore to the rest of the world so that they too, from the health and wellness standpoint, can be benefiting from what we grow right here in Dominica, and we will turn around and make money from it. That is Dominica. That is who we are. That is where Salisbury is leading, with a wonderful variety of agricultural products that you can find in this community. This is a community that is in the lead for Dominica. And in 2015, when the people of Salisbury, frustrated with the state of their farm roads, frustrated with how they were being facilitated to do the agricultural work that they can excel in for themselves, for this community, and for Dominica, they decided that enough was enough, and so they came here in La Vigie, on the road on the 11th of May in 2015, to say to the government, we had enough. We need you to come and talk with us about when you are going to deal with our farm access roads. And the government refused. And Mr. Skerritt says he's not talking to people who are protesting. He's not talking to Salisbury people. The Salisbury people were peaceful, law-abiding citizens who wanted the attention of their government for them to help themselves, for them to take care of their means of livelihood. And the government of Dominica made it appear as though the people of Salisbury were Deba people looking for trouble. So they didn't come. And the difficulties escalated. You know, I came here tonight. I came here tonight to tell you something else that we have not been talking about. Because on the 11th of May in 2015, the government of Roosevelt Skerritt refused to see the people of Salisbury. 11th of May. But a few months earlier, in March of 2015, the same year, Ali Reza Monfared called Skerritt all the way to Malaysia, and he found himself there. He couldn't come to Salisbury on the West Coast, but he could go all the way to Malaysia to meet Ali Reza Monfared, the criminal. He don't have no use for law-abiding people in Salisbury, but he has time for Ali Reza Monfared in Malaysia. And he brought a diplomatic passport for Monfared, hand-delivered it to him on that trip to Malaysia in March of 2015. In May of 2015, 11th of May, he could not have come to speak to the people of Salisbury, but 4 days later, he was in London, arranging for Baroness Scotland, the one who came down and condemned us to Sussex Cell. He was there making arrangements for the launch of a campaign to become Commonwealth Secretary General. At the same time on that trip, he was making arrangements for Alison Madueke, the former Nigerian Oil Services Minister, now on trial, facing trial for embezzlement of billions of dollars from Nigeria. He had time to see her. He had time to arrange for her diplomatic passport. He did not have time to meet the people of Salisbury. But that was March, and that was May. May passed. June came. They dragged the people of Salisbury before the courts. We begged Mr. Skerrit in a meeting at the bishop's house, drop the matter, talk to the police about withdrawing these charges against the people of Salisbury who had a right to be doing what they were doing, and who, as a result of them standing for rights, found themselves up against a police authority under instructions from their political masters to harass and to intimidate and to put the people of Salisbury under heavy manners with illegal tear gas, expired tear gas, rubber bullets, live rounds of ammunition, and so on. All of that time, the good Lord was watching from above. All of that time, the good Lord was watching from above. And I just wish, the people of Dominica learn to follow what God intends for us in Dominica. Read the signs and behave in a way as though you understand and you accept that the Lord helps those who help themselves. Salisbury people know that. So the Lord is watching. And while the Lord is watching, June comes. In the month of June, they send police officers behind the people of Salisbury again. Send them in their homes to arrest them, to charge them so they can go before the court. In August of 2015, the same Skerrit that refused to see the people of Salisbury on the morning of the 11th of May went all the way again to Macau to meet with NG Lapseng. You see how he does not like Dominican people? You see why we say he doesn't like Salisbury people? He didn't come to meet them, but he went to Malaysia to Montferrat, he went to England to Maduke, and he is now, after Salisbury people have been battered and bruised, tear gassed, shot at, etc., he has them, he's going now to Macau to meet with Lapseng. And we saw the pictures of him cutting the cake, he and Lapseng and Francisco Lorenzo and Jonash. All that time the Lord is watching. When he found that that was too much, how you can leave the people of Salisbury, give instructions to brutalize them, refuse to meet them, but you're all around the world meeting with crooks and criminals. The people of the God said, enough is enough. And Spags explained to you how Tropical Storm Erica came, and the amount of stones that Tropical Storm Erica threw, and the amount of waters it sent to wash away this and to block there and to block over there, so that nobody could have gone to court from Salisbury in St. Joseph on the Thursday morning when they were supposed to have shown up in court. And up to a day like today, the rest of Dominica does not understand that that was their Lord Almighty speaking truth to power and pointing the way forward for them. They still have Salisbury people. 2 years after Erica, they still have Salisbury people before the court when God has sent them enough signs that this is unjust, this is wicked, this is evil. It is time to get rid of that. But those who cannot hear will feel. Those who cannot hear will feel. And last couple of months, we have been saying around Dominica that Skerrit must go. We have been saying that Skerrit must go. Tonight here in Salisbury, in Laviji, we are saying again that Skerrit must go. And Skerrit must go because none of what Cuthbert Vidal has outlined tonight as the possibilities and potential for agriculture in Dominica will happen under Roosevelt Skerrit. Why? Because if that happens, as Cuthbert Vidal lays it out, a lot of people in Dominica will be living with greater independence because they will be earning their own money. The beggarism business will be put out of business in Dominica if we go back to work. If our agriculture starts working for us again, and in order for agriculture to start working the miracles and the wonders it can work for Dominica, Skerrit must go. And in order for us to have the respect that the people of Salisbury, and by extension the people of Dominica, deserve, Skerrit must go. There is nowhere else in the world where a man who has so disgraced a country by taking its diplomatic passports and selling it to all sorts of rogues and vagabonds around the world. There is nowhere else in the world that that man could still be standing up in the country as Prime Minister to say they want to do this and they want to do that. They would have gone a long time ago. So we have been asking for him to go. You know, hey, hello. You all need to come closer. You all need to come closer. I need you all together. Come a little closer, because when I ask you to say Skerrit must go, I want him to hear you, because he believes that having paid to assemble a couple thousand people in Portsmouth in red on Sunday, Dominica is no longer interested in him going. He has another thought coming because he has to go. And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why this gathering in Portsmouth on Sunday is more reason why he must go. We were asking for answers to questions about how our country was being run. We were asking for answers to legitimate questions we had about Montfarret holding our diplomatic passport, Maduke holding our diplomatic passport, Lapseng holding our diplomatic passport, and all of them end up in trouble with the law. Here, over there, over there. Skerrit's response when we started saying, when you become guilty of that level of disgracing your country, it is time for you to go. When we started saying that, he declared that there was a crisis in Dominica. And so he took $30,000 US, over $80,000 a month, EC, of your money, the people of Dominica's money, to pay a crisis management firm from the United States to come down and advise him how he, Skerrit, not the country, you know, how he, Skerrit, can get out of the crisis in which he placed the country. So he's using our money now for him to look good. The people receive over $250,000. Remember that? Eh? The people of Salisbury who are before the court cannot receive a red cent in legal support from their government, but Skerrit can take over $250,000 of the people's money for him to find a way out of the crisis that he put Dominica in. So they tell him the way out of the crisis is that you must have town hall meetings. You must say that the selling of passports, citizenship by investment, is the best thing that ever happened to Dominica, and without it, Dominica will sink. You must tell them that in town halls around the place, and you must promise a lot of things, and you must give a lot of handouts. And when you finish doing all that, go around the country, you must have a big rally somewhere where you can attract a lot of people. And let that rally say that Skerrit must not go.
or that Skerrit must go on. Go on to do what? More bubble, more corruption, more incompetence, more selling of diplomatic passports to bandits around the world, more destruction of agriculture, more failures of tourism. What? Go on to do what? You need to go. You need to go. That is the message that is being renewed here this evening in Laviji in Salisbury. And hear this. Pay attention to what your Lord is telling you. He's pointing your attention tonight to what happened in Portsmouth on Sunday. In Portsmouth on Sunday, to get the number of people that were in Portsmouth on Sunday, Roosevelt Skerrit had to spend a lot of your money, your passport money, to have a big stage, to pay young boys around town to have their motorbikes and so on, to pay them to do this, to put gas for them, to pay them to come down to the event. And so it went. That's fine. Everybody deserves a little money. If that's how Skerrit going to let it go for you, that's how he's going to let it go for you. But this is a man who for years told us how popular he is with leaders around the world. And we have seen him in the past being able to attract Labour Party leaders from neighboring countries to his rallies and to his conventions and so on. We have seen Labour Party leaders from Antigua, from St. Kitts, from Grenada, from Barbados, from St. Lucia, from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, all coming to Dominica at some point on the Roosevelt Skerrit. And in the biggest rally that he had to save his skin, he could find not a single one of them to come to stand with him. He had to scrape the bottom of the barrel to find a character called Herbert Volney. He couldn't get a minister. He couldn't get a prime minister. He couldn't get an opposition leader. He couldn't get a member of the parliament representing Labour Party in any one of the OECS countries. He had to go to scrape the bottom of the regional barrel to find a rejected disgrace in Trinidad by the name of Herbert Volney to come to Dominica and to call people who Roosevelt Skerrit is responsible for as prime minister, to call them stupid, to call them jackass, and to make a thorough disgrace of himself in Dominica, standing for Roosevelt Skerrit. When that is the level that you can sink to as prime minister, we have a moral obligation to say, you must go. And again tonight we say, Skerrit must go. Skerrit must go. Bowie, I am not hearing you. And the reason I'm not hearing you is because we have some people on the other side of the road and some people on this side of the road. And some people over there and some people here. But the people of Dominica want to hear you. So I'm asking you to come closer to the microphone. Come closer to the microphone so the people can hear you. Skerrit must go. 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 No. Skerrit must go. No. Skerrit must go. No. Skerrit must go. Yeah, Bowie. That's some Bowie. That's some Bowie. That's the Bowie fire. That's why we love the people of Bowie. That's why we love the energy level. That is why we love the energy level of the people of Bowie, because you see, leadership is important. And the movement for change in Dominica is finding excellent leadership from the behavior, the conduct, and the commitment of the people of Salisbury. And for that, Dominica thanks you. For that, Dominica loves you. Because you know more than anyone else why it is necessary for the patriots of this land
to press ahead with the movement for change that will continue to insist Roosevelt Skerrit must go. He must go. Thank you, Bowie. Thank you, Salisbury. Thank you, Honorable Hector John. Thanks to our colleagues. Thanks to all of you. And I saw a few little children here tonight, young ones, bright eyes, listening. Happy for that. I want to say a note of condolence to the family of Nenbam. It's a lady that I grew up hearing a lot about because she was very close friends with my parents many years back, and our thoughts or prayers or condolences with the family. Once again, always remember, truth is forever on the scaffold, wrong forever on the throne. Yet that scaffold sways the future. And behind the dim unknown, God stands within the shadows, keeping watch above his own. Bowie people, you belong to the Lord who keeps watch above you. He says to you, I am the way, I am the truth, I am the light. It is through his truth that we will find justice. It is his truth that will set us free. And it is on his truth we stand, tonight, tomorrow, and always. And it is on his truth that Skerrit will go. And we will get a chance to build a new government that will create the best place to live, the best place to work, and the best place to enjoy life in Dominica. I thank you, Marcel Volney, wherever you are. God bless you. Good evening.
Put your hands together for Mr. Leonard Clinton. And I just want to quickly, after Mr. Corbett Vidal made his presentation, my phone had been going very busy. And a message from a doctor. I listened to Mr. Corbett Vidal tonight. Very impressive. I do not know the gentleman, but I learned a lot. And I got another message saying, Mr. Corbett Vidal is the Minister of Agriculture, man. Brothers and sisters, that is why 2 years ago we were here. Because agriculture is in our blood. That is our livelihood. That's what sends us to school. That's how we build our families, our homes. 2 years ago, we were brutalized. But 2 years later, we are remembering that is part of our history. That is a part of the history of Salisbury and Dominica. And every year we'll remember. I see around us, there's a man they call Goldie. He's here with us. Somebody asked me, where's the man with the screaming voice? When they recorded him, what is here with us, Mr. John Baptist with us. And we just want to say to everyone, thank you for coming. We want to say to everyone that do not forget what happened to us on May 11th and June 11th, 2015. Once again, God bless you. I thank you for tonight. I thank you for being here. I am proud to be your humble servant, your parliamentary representative. But as I said, going forward, you'll hear less from me and hearing more about me. Thank you, and God bless.
Walking down 29th and Park, I saw you in another's arms. Only a month we've been apart. You look happier. Saw you walk inside a bar. You said something to make you laugh. Saw that both your smiles were twice as wide as ours. Yeah, you look happier, you do. Ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you. Ain't nobody myself you're happier, aren't you? Well, ain't nobody hurt you like I hurt you, but ain't nobody need you like I do. I know that there's others that deserve you, but my darling, I am still in love with you. But I guess you look happier, you do. My friends told me one day I'll feel it too. I could try to smile, hide the truth. I know I was happier with you. Hey, yeah, hey, yeah. Hey, yeah, hey, baby, you look happier, you do. I knew one day you'd fall for someone new, but if he breaks your heart like lovers do, just know that I'll be waiting here for you. Maybe I came on too strong. Maybe I waited too long. Maybe I played my cards wrong. Oh, just a little bit wrong. But baby, I apologize for it. I could fall or I could fly here in your aeroplane, and I could live, I could die hanging on the words you say. And I've been known to give my all and jumping in harder than 10,000 rocks on the lake. So don't call me baby unless you mean it. And don't tell me you need me if you don't believe it. So let me know the truth before I dive right into you. You're a mystery. I've traveled the world and there's no other girl like you. No one. What's your history? What's your history? Do you have a tendency to lead some people on? 'Cause I heard you do. I could fall or I could fly here in your aeroplane, and I could live, I could die hanging on the words you say. And I've been known to give my all and lie awake every day. Don't know how much I can take. So don't call me baby unless you mean it. And don't tell me you need me if you don't believe it. So let me know the truth before I dive right into you. Maybe I waited too long. Maybe I played my cards wrong. Oh, just a little bit wrong. But baby, I apologize for it. I could fall or I could fly here in your aeroplane. And I could live, I could die hanging on the words you say. And I've been known to give my all and jumping in harder than 10,000 rocks on the lake. So don't call